Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular Board of Trustees meeting for September 23rd, 2025. Will you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Karspeck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Here.
Trustee Wing.
Here.
Trustee Ayers.
Here.
Trustee Brody.
Here.
All right, thank you. Everyone's here. Next on our agenda is citizen participation. This is a chance for anyone in the audience tonight to speak to something that is not on tonight's agenda. Okay, we have two signed up. We'll start off. When you come to the front, no matter if it's for this or for other agenda items, if you could come to the podium, state your name and address, and if you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you. We'll start off with Maureen Dower.
Maureen Dower, 1608 Hollyberry Street, Berthoud. Just want to say thank you to the trustees for your hard work and your late nights. I understand how late it can sometimes be. That being said, Mayor, will you please give me a signal if I start going close to the end? I'll try and be brief. You guys have been really accomplishing a lot of really great things, and I want to thank you for your diligence, and also to the staff for really following through on a lot of things that were started years ago. I wanted to just mention briefly that I understand there have been some updates in pursuing the next steps in the port plan, and I would just strongly encourage you guys to consider with what you've been deciding to do with the funds that we have accumulated from our 2019 1% Parks, Open Space, Recreation, and Trails funds to leverage it. So for the things that it makes sense to go ahead and use cash for, and there's really no other way to accomplish it, and things will move more quickly if you do it now versus later. For example, trees. You should have planted them 20 years ago. That being said, I think it needs to be balanced with the benefit to the community in more than just a citizen participation in what they are doing. I'd like for you guys to think of moving ahead with Richardson and putting in the outdoor pool at Richardson, along with some of the baseball fields. If you contemplate and look at where are soccer fields and where are baseball fields on the Northern Front Range, Longmont and Fort Collins, we have some of our residents, some of our kids traveling all the way to Fort Collins to play their games. What makes sense is for us to at least leverage our money, not pay cash, but leverage it in some sort of, like we call them, certificates of participation or any other funding source that would allow us to pay a smaller amount over time, just like you would to buy a house. The benefit of this, to considering this, is that when those people from other towns come to play baseball or come to use our really great outdoor pool, what are the parents going to do? One parent is probably going to go into town and sit at a restaurant and grab some food to bring back to the family. What are they going to do after the game, after the event? They may decide to spend money in our town. Got to wrap it up.
Yeah,
all right. So just in closing, don't think of it as a waste of taxpayer money to leverage it, but rather a possible
I have to be fair
income.
with everyone. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, Kelly McCauley.
Hello, Kelly McCauley, 227 North 2nd Street. Yes, back in the trailer park, the only affordable housing. I always want to keep the affordable We're also up to 800-900 a month. It's going up once a year, 2, 3, 4, 500. If you saw on the news, they're selling a park down in Denver. They can kick us out at any moment. We have over 200 homes back there. Just think if someone buys all the property and kicks all those people out. I'd like to hopefully think the town is looking into affordable housing. Has anyone been back to the trailer park? No. Just can you guys all drive through there one day to see how nice it is? It has been there over 40 years, and it's really the only affordable housing here in Berthoud. So I just want you guys to just, and thank you for your work. You guys do work hard. You have a lot on your plate, but please, please keep the affordable housing and keep aware of the issues that are happening in our town where it's over 200 homes, and think how many people are back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is all we have signed up, so we can move on to our regular agenda tonight, and we'll start off with consent. Would trustees like anything removed from consent? Otherwise, is there a motion to combine and approve?
Motion to combine and approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Trustee Wing moved, Trustee Hardy seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote? Thank you.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Brody.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right, consent has been approved. Move on to appointments to volunteer committees. We've had 4 different committees with interviews going on, and we'll start off with our HPAC, which is our Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. Trustee Hardy is the liaison. Trustee Hardy, would you like to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, we had 4 seats available and 5 interviewees, and all the interviews went well. We did have 1 absentee, but she was not really eligible for re-election anyway because she's already met her term limited. So anyway, we'd like to appoint Lee Hardees, Brian Durfee, John Belcastro, and Joan Cullen to the Historic Preservation for a term of 2 years.
Excellent. Thank you.
Second.
All right. So I'll consider the motion. Trustee Ayers is seconded. Trustees, do we have any questions or conversation on that? All right, we have a motion. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote on HPAC?
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Trustee Brody.
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Next would be the appointments and the interviews for PORT, which is the Parks, Open Space, Recreation, and Trails. And Trustee Ayers is our liaison to that. Trustee Ayers, would you like to speak to this?
Yeah, so we had 3 open positions, 9 applicants, which is amazing. We had a couple no-shows, but all of the people who came to the interview were very knowledgeable. It was a good pool, and it was kind of a hard decision. So that you guys know, and Trustee Brody can correct me if I'm wrong, because of everything that's going on in the town, the 3 that we chose had either institutional knowledge of past and current and future projects, or they had worked with boards and committees before and were knowledgeable in how everything worked, and they seemed like they could get up to speed. So we decided that we would move to appoint Lauren Roth, Carolyn Hobson, and Eleanor Hassenbeck.
All right. Thank you. Is there a second on that?
I'll second.
All right. Trustees, do we have any comments or questions on that? All right. Trustee Ayers has moved. Trustee Brody has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Trustee Albrecht.
Yes.
Trustee Wing.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Trustee Ayers.
Yes.
Trustee Brody.
Yes.
Trustee Hardy.
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes. Excellent. Next is our appointments to our tree committee, and we have Mayor Pro Tem Murphy as our liaison to that.
Yeah. Thank you. We had a really good discussion. Trustee Wing was on the call along with Chair Mitchell and Forrester Furness. We had, 5 applicants that all had really great interviews. Richard Kirkab, Ashley King, Aaron Perry, Natalie Pietzmeyer, and Paul Buckner. All were really excellent candidates that showed a real interest in the town and participating and volunteering for us. But as a committee, we decided to move forward with Richard Kirkab, who has current service on the board, or the committee, I should say. Natalie Pietzmeyer, who's a retired science teacher that just joined the town but has a lot of experience in interp and interest in trees. And then Paul Buckner, who's been in town for a little while but also has shown a lot of interest in diversifying the tree canopy, as well as participating in a lot of outreach and citizen science. So we would recommend that Richard Kirkhab, Natalie Pietzmeyer, and Paul Buckner to be appointed to the Tree Advisory Committee for the term of 2 years.
Excellent. Is there a second on that?
I second that.
All right, trustees, any questions or comments on that?
I have a comment, just reiterating what he's just the fact that, first of all, they were all great candidates, really, really good. We were so fortunate. And just the fact that people are willing to volunteer their time, be engaged in the community, and the passion that they came across about it was really exciting. So just wanted to commend all of them for coming out.
Yeah, thank you.
100%.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion that's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote for tree committee?
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Excellent, thank you. Finally, we have our Youth Advisory Commission, and our liaison is Trustee Albrecht. Trustee Albrecht, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. It was really exciting. This will be the first time that we have a big turnout for applicants for youth advisory. So the word's getting out, and a lot of excitement over that advocacy role youth are having in the community. And so we had 4 seats open and 4 applicants. And so we will be recommending for appointment Oliver Ray, Madeline Brash, Serena Mosdell, and Jackson McKinney.
Thank you. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All right, Trustee Albrecht has moved. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy has seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Trustee Brody,
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht,
Yes.
Trustee Wing,
Yes.
Trustee Ayers,
Yes.
Trustee Hardy,
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Excellent. Thank you all for those interviews, and thank you for all our applicants, and congratulations on everyone that was selected. Let's move on to number 3, and that is a presentation from the Colorado Main Street. We have Gail Langley, Colorado Main Street Program Coordinator, and I believe this is virtual. Is this correct?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct, Mayor
All right,
Karspeck.
here we go. Administrator Kirk, do you want to say anything? Or
No, this presentation was requested by Trustee Hardy and some other folks associated with the Main Street organization and Downtown Business Collaborative, and opportunity to talk about the value of Main Street as an organization, what they bring to communities in Colorado, but also potentially what they might bring here locally in Berthoud. So happy to have Ms. Langley here, and we'll turn it over to her.
excellent.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having us. We're going to keep this kind of short. We know you guys are busy and have a lot on your agenda tonight, but I am Gail Langley, and Tracy, please go to the next slide. We have a team of 4 that work at DOLA that run the Main Street program. I am one. We also have the illustrious Tracy Stoffel here as one of our Main Street specialists that has been with the program as well about 6 years. But thank you, Trustee Hardy, for having us present tonight. It's been a few years since we really had a conversation with you guys, and it's a pleasure to be back at the table with this introduction. So for some of you that don't know, the Main Street program's been around for about 45 years. It's proven. It works on a foundation that we're going to talk about here in a minute. But nationally, there's about 1,200 communities that are accredited in terms of being Main Street communities. Here in Colorado, we have 27 that are official, and that's an application process through DOLA. And we work with everyone just like you. So we try to touch rural communities across the state with balancing their needs with how we can provide resources. And again, we are housed in the Department of Local Affairs, which I'm sure all of you trustees know who DOLA is. And we are here to support rural Colorado, and we are very proud of this program. So it's based on a 4-point approach that all works in tandem, in a circle and not in silos. And I know Some of you have seen this or heard about it before, but it's based on organization, having an organization locally that's going to actually be our point of contact, having design, taking a look at your downtown, trying to preserve the historic, assets and buildings that you have so eloquently in Berthoud. It's about promotion, telling people who you are and promoting that out to the world, whether or not you want visitors or not. They do come to Berthoud because it's an amazing place. And then finally, it all points to economic vitality, which is the lifeblood and is the small businesses that are 90% of Colorado's economy. So let's talk a little bit about organization, and this is really the hardest part of the program, and this is where we work with you all along the way. It's all about community-led downtown revitalization, or continuing the revitalization that you guys have been working on for years. It's the municipality, it's the partners, it's the building and business owners, and it's the residents all sitting down at the table and talking about, fiscal reality and what projects can be done and how to map that out into a work plan. And it's really focused on the comprehensive plan of Berthoud. I mean, you guys are the stewards of your downtown infrastructure. You guys are the stewards of providing services and support to your community. So it starts with what is in that plan and how to build on that by, harnessing some of the energy from the community to come alongside of you and support that. So some of the partners that we see across the state and our communities, you got to look at those economic development organizations. It can be chambers, merchants associations, as well as civic organizations that really have a passion for contributing back to their community. The history and cultural organizations, which I know is strong in Berthoud, and then what other groups are in your community that need to have a seat at the table and really map out where you go in the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years. And your building and business owners, you guys have wonderful building stock in your downtown. They are the lifeblood of not only Colorado, but your downtown. And we need to keep these buildings active and vibrant, and businesses in them that are going to succeed. And the residents, the people that live there year-round, that work there and maybe commute in and out, but also look to the town for those recreational opportunities, and you have a plethora of them up there. The people that support you, there's a few in the audience, but also those that might be silent partners that want to come alongside and really contribute. And I love this photo that was taken. Kind of reminds me of an old Beatles album cover that I had way back in the day. I had to put that in there, guys. So how do you do this? It really comes down to a similar process to a comprehensive plan. If you get a group of all of these people, these stakeholders that want to contribute and sit at the table and talk together collaboratively, you establish a vision and a mission for what this group can accomplish and what this group is, tasked to do. And then we come alongside of you and help you develop a strategic plan and a work plan that actually lays out how you're going to take components to come alongside the town and harness this energy from all of these people to say, we're going to help you move the goals forward on some of these initiatives that you want to see happen. And really, if I can just speak from my heart, from being a Main Street manager as well as working at DOLA for the last 8.5 years, it's the power of community. And once you harness that and bring people together as one, and you sit down and you talk about shared vision and shared goals, and look at fiscal reality on what you can and cannot do, you can move mountains and you can make great things happen. And we see that every day in all of our communities across the state. So we do a vision, mission, and strategic plan, but this is not a 40-page, plan that sits on a shelf. We've really revamped all this in the last 5 years. The Main Street program will have a 2-page strategic plan that identifies the goals that they're working on, that can be communicated to the public and to stakeholders and building and business owners about what is important to them, and garner that extra support about how to get people to come alongside and help. And then Tracy, I'll let you talk a minute on design.
Well, I think Dale mentioned briefly that the Main Street Trust was founded by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. So it's really about historic preservation at its root and core, but it expanded, and certainly it's about supporting those businesses and that keep those buildings alive. But it also expanded to all things design in your downtown. What makes it walkable and accessible? What makes it a special place for people to visit? So within Main Street, Colorado Main Street, we're really fortunate to have on our staff Larry Lucas, a Main Street architect. We're only one of, I believe, 11 coordinating programs across the nation to have this. And right here, he created a word cloud kind of capturing all of the work over the years that he's done and kind of giving the greater emphasis on those things that he's requested for most often. But he's able to help building and business owners with everything from historic preservation to conceptualizing new signage or floor plans for a new building that's going in, or maybe putting residences on the second floor. It's just a great resource for our communities to work with him. So that's kind of on the building side, but then the streetscapes, right? And the importance of having good, accessible downtowns. It's for safety. It's, and the safer people feel and are in the downtown, the more accessible those businesses are, and the more foot traffic they'll see, and the more people that they'll have coming in. That's good for both public health in terms of walking and biking, right? Is healthier than driving to places. And then also having that walking and cycling is a reduction of pollution and great for the trees and flowers contributing to the environment. It's also just really proven that the more people are walking and cycling to places, the better they support the local businesses. And having that mixed-use development in your downtown is healthy for property values as well. Placemaking, we mentioned about how we want to keep people in mind with your downtown, integrating the spaces for the use of people. And I was reminded of a term today that we've heard in Main Street, stickability, right? You want places that people want to be in so that they spend more time in the downtown, both for fostering that sense of community as well as supporting those local businesses that in turn support the local government and the community. We have a couple of examples here of what this has looked like in our communities. I think we'll talk a little bit about what our benefits look like in a little bit, but we used some of our consulting services to help San Luis with construction bid documents for a new town plaza. And then they were able to turn around and use those documents to apply for grant funding to implement that vision, which you can see here on the right. A little bit on the smaller scale size, we have mini grants here that you can see how they were implemented in Meeker. They were able to work with CDOT and have permission to put a banner across the state highway. Our main streets, I laugh, have one of two problems. Their main street is either a state highway, and then it's how do you slow people down, make it safe, get people to stop, or they're not a state highway, so how do you get them off and into your downtown? And with Meeker, they worked on getting this banner across the highway. And then on the right, they used their mini grants as well as some AARP dollars to install a year-round skating rink. Again, that stickability aspect, right? Have something downtown that people can enjoy and then walk around the downtown and spend some money. The placemaking also takes a look at, some of those ways to lean into who you are as a community. And you can see these here in the center, for example, is a chairlift in Steamboat Springs, now a bench. Or, it's something that speaks maybe a little bit closer to Hugo's heart is the truck tail gates turned into benches there. And I think they even have rims or or the balancing for the Ventus to be on. And then in the bottom right-hand corner, you see where in Lake City, you know, the outdoors is such an important part of their economy and their culture. And so their bike rack there looks like a fish. Other things that we talk about is, you know, pocket parks, you know, those opportunities to have those places for people to stop and rest and enjoy the downtown in between the restaurants and retail. Larry was able to help conceptualize a pocket park here on the left in Central City that they were, he can't do stamp drawings and for, you know, kind of those final things, but it was enough to apply for a CDOT Revitalizing Main Street grant to put in this pocket park in a place where a building had burned down there. Another unfortunate loss due to fire was in Lamar, but what they're doing is connecting, there's parking at the far end of this to the main street, which is, you know, where the picture was taken from, and some shade structures and ability to sit down in the middle of downtown there. And then Leadville, they chipped away at this Zates Park over the course of many little mini grants, just kind of doing a picnic table one year, a fire pit the next year, and just really kind of just working through that long-term vision in small steps. Murals are also popular in any kind of public art. Top ones in Rangeley, capturing all of the different wonderful activities you can do up in there. Leadville, that bureau is in the Zates Park that we're talking about, and I'm going to tell Larry's dad joke. It's where you can burrow a book. And then in the center one, we have, this was initially kind of a paint by numbers done by a local artist, but then filled in by kids and family members creating this piece of art in Hugo. And then just this great archway that was installed in Woodland Park with light and antlers for, I think it's even called Antler Alley. And then just a little bit about promotion, right? So you get organized, you get your vision, you have your wonderful buildings, you work on making it a great place to be. And then it's about getting people into the downtown as well. And we talk about really, again, leading into your identity and image, like those placemaking elements that we showed earlier, looking at what your history is, your architecture, your culture, what kind of creative elements you have, those unique businesses in the outdoors, and really just kind of celebrating who you are as a community, both for your community to celebrate, but also to attract people in to spend money. We help our communities with this, with branding and image, and you can see some of the examples here. You know, Destination Lions and that funky vibe they have going on. And then the Eastern Plains with the palettes creating their Christmas elements there. And then, of course, Main Street Steamboat Springs celebrating both their skiing and ranching heritage with all sorts of wonderful events, such as ski joring and the Cowboy Classic during the stock show. We talk a lot about messaging as well, and keeping in mind who you're talking to and what they need to hear about the downtown. The public, whether that's the residents or visitors, they want to know that they're in a special place where they're making memories. You know, residents building community. The building and business owners, that they're being invested in, and so that the community can see that return on investment and that the place matters. I always lump together the donors and volunteers because, you know, one's donating money and the other one's donating something even more precious, time. They want to know that they're making a difference. Their contributions are making a difference and leaving a legacy in the community. And governments, you know, what they need to hear about what's happening with Main Street is that growing tax base, you know, leveraging opportunities for improvements in your downtown. And, you know, these residents are voters, and if they're seeing things that they like, you know, it's a happy voter. Events are certainly one way that we, you know, this is done. It's not the only way. And we talk about leveraging opportunities as well. If you have somebody already running great events, the Main Street doesn't need to do that, but it's really kind of focusing and using those events to support the downtown and create opportunities for the businesses and the community within the downtown. Gail, I'll let you wrap it up with economic vitality.
Well, all of the things we're talking about all lead to economic, vitality. Is keeping the businesses, the small mom and pop shops that are so unique to each of our rural communities. growing, hopefully expanding and keeping their employees. It's encouraging investment. And we come alongside and offer training and resources along with other state agencies like the SBDC, the EDCC. I'm using acronyms, I hope that's okay. In terms of really wanting to bring the businesses alongside opportunities that we don't want them to miss. There we go. So it is really data driven, and you guys all know this. In the day and age, you know, there's so much data out there. Sometimes it's hard to narrow down what you want. But really taking a look at a market analysis, what do you offer, and what is potentially linking out to nearby, larger communities in your area. Would that information and that analysis really point to a business being profitable in downtown Berthoud? Looking at your building and businesses, looking at your building stock, your businesses, your owners, your vacancy, what opportunities are there for that? You don't know what you don't know until you maybe pull all the assessors data and you see where the opportunities are to attract new businesses. And then also the demographics. Who are you as a community? What's the regional market? What else could be profitable in Berthoud? And this is year-round. You have to take a look at a seasonal year-round economy, which puts a different twist on a few things that we have in some of our mountain towns. Some of those, my hometown where I was the Main Street manager in Granby, we basically had a 4-month economy, right? Tourism would come in between, May and September, or we tried to push it to October, and they would drive through Granby. They wouldn't drive to stop in Granby and spend money. So that gets back into some of the other elements in design about how do you make sure your businesses are open when people are coming through and there's traffic so that they can actually prosper and make a living year-round. And then talking to your residents and your key stakeholders. What do you want to see, and how can we work collaboratively to do that together? Real estate is another huge one. I'm not going to really talk about this one a lot. The whole real estate market in Colorado is off the charts. But it is something that we need to take a look at, and what opportunities may exist in your downtown where we as Main Street can help. DOLA can possibly help, and Larry is extraordinary in looking at adaptive infill projects. So quickly to close this out, there are some benefits here about being in the program, but the hardest part is getting an organization established. We do offer small mini grants and scholarships. They're small in nature, but we help you leverage those. Our biggest asset is probably the consulting services that we provide to our communities, all the way from start to whenever you're in the program for a very long time. We like to start with establishing, a board, be it an existing board that wants to take this on, or a new board that you might want to form, and we will help you with that strategic planning so that they have direction, they have guidance. And then you can't underestimate the value of network. The Main Street is a group of families that are, we didn't have a map in here of all of them, but they're all rural, they're all across the state. We all face challenges that are similar yet different in nature. And the fact that we can replicate and duplicate and learn from each other, it is just invaluable. It's like going to the CML conference where you guys all connect with other elected officials on things that are pressing in their community that you might need to tackle in your own. And then I'm just going to close with this slide. We did keep this to 20 minutes, which was my goal. We need to support the small businesses across Colorado, and that's 99%. And that represents 58% of all cash register receipts. And that's kind of a startling statistic. It's not the big boxes, it's not the Walmarts. It's the small mom and pop businesses and scattered all across the state. And if you do invest in your own town, from a facade standpoint, your businesses will see an average increase of 20% in sales and jobs, and it's catalytic where other businesses will want to join into. And then some of them, ROIs that we've tracked through this program, which is a small set of data, but for every dollar of public funds yields an average in $18 of public, investment. And quick to the point, this is an overview of the program. Tracy, you can probably stop sharing. I don't think we have time for a lot of questions, but we would be happy to stay on if you would so choose. What happened to okay. If you would so choose to ask us anything that looked like a catalytic downfall.
Well, thank you, Gail. Thank you, Tracy. Trustees, do we have questions? Any?
I just had one.
Go ahead. Trustee Albrecht?
Just regarding the structure of the program, how does it relate to the town government, and then how is the board formed and sustained, and how are stakeholders tied into that?
It's a great question, and we didn't get into that level tonight. But we do not dictate through the Colorado Main Street program where your program is housed. It can be housed in a variety of different types of organizations. About half of our communities are housed within the local government, either through the planning or economic development, or even one of them is a marketing and communications department. We have a lot that are nonprofits, either a chamber or 501c3. We have one that's a joint venture between a county economic development corporation and the town. And then we have one that's a DDA and one that used to be a URA. So, that being said, we work with you to figure out where would make the most sense for this to be housed. Because there are some requirements and prerequisites and things that you need to commit to if you're going to be in this program. In terms of developing a board, we like to suggest you start with like 5 or 7. And you get a cross-representation of various stakeholders in the community that would be willing to devote some time and elbow grease to getting this launched. And we do need a point of contact for wherever that program is housed. And this is the most difficult part of becoming a Main Street community, is developing and putting together the organizational structure. And we're here to work with you all along the way on that. Tracy, did I forget anything?
I don't think so.
Thank you. That was really helpful.
Other questions, trustees?
Yeah, real quick.
Wing.
You have a great format. All your strategy and vision is very good. My question is, so is Berthoud engaged with you at this time?
Well, we have been in the past, and then COVID hit, and it kind of went by the wayside. But Tim and I, excuse me, I should call him by his proper name. Excuse me.
It's all right.
Well,
No
Tim
worries.
Hardy and I have had emails going back and forth about maybe trying to get this program in front of you first, and then maybe coming up and doing an open house and taking a look at bringing in some key stakeholders from your community that might want to contribute their time, treasures, and talents to putting together a board to move this forward. It's been a while.
Just curious, do businesses approach you for potential opportunities in communities?
They do, and Larry, our architect, is probably the most predominant figure that works with individual business owners on signage and facade improvements. And
I didn't phrase that correctly. What I'm referring to are businesses that are not already in a community who might be interested in coming to a community. Do they reach out to you as a liaison to interface with various communities?
That's probably not normal. I mean,
Okay.
that is not necessarily the conduit that we provide.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay. Do you want to open this up? You can. Yeah. I said we'd open everything up, and I do see some people that are on the DVMC group. I don't know if anyone, Clerk, do we have this for a sign-up sheet?
There is not a sign-up
Okay.
sheet for this item.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gail and Tracy, this has been excellent information.
Yeah. Thank you, Gail and Tracy.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a good night.
You too.
Take
you.
care.
All right. Up next is a 270 Mountain Avenue lease agreement. This is with the House and Neighborly Service, and we'll have Administrator Kirk kick this off.
Thank you, Mayor Karspeck and trustees. Excited for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit more about this project that's been ongoing since, I don't know, about November of last year. We've got a presentation we'll get pulled up here on the screen here in just a minute. Tonight looks like it's going to be mostly downtown night with the Mountain Avenue overlay, public hearing, this item, and then obviously Main Street. So glad to continue to be able to invest in downtown and to do some of the work that that this board has envisioned and we've been able to take forward. I know that I'll address this right off the bat. The slide you see says 270 Mountain Avenue. That's we call it the Sunoco building. The Sunoco was a former tenant of the building. They were actually located at 290 Mountain Avenue. It's the same building. So sometimes those get used interchangeably, but it's 270 and 290. I think 270 is really the proper address. I'm not sure why it was addressed differently for the same building. Typically suites are addressed a little differently than that. But nevertheless, 270 Mountain Avenue is, I think, what we will try to consistently call it from here forward.
It's hard to hear, excuse me. If you could, yeah.
So I will speak a little closer into the microphone. Thank you for that. 270 Mountain Avenue, not necessarily 290, but they are the same. For a little bit of background and history, as a reminder, the 30,000 square foot building at 270 Mountain Avenue was constructed back in 1971. It's historically been used for a variety of light industrial purposes, and it sits on about a little over an acre and a half. The property has been for sale for many years, and there is one current lease tenant in the building that occupies approximately 15,000 square feet. So half of the building, that is the southern half of the building closest to Mountain Avenue. The other half of the building is empty. It's just an empty metal building shell and with a concrete floor. It is within the Mountain Avenue Overlay District, and that's relevant because the Mountain Avenue Overlay Plan envisions some changes to this building that I'll share in just a minute. But this is what the building looks like. It is not a gem. I wouldn't think anybody would describe it that way, but it does have some wonderful opportunity. This top view is from on the property looking to the south. This is the east side of the building. Those dock height doors are a challenge in some ways. I think one of the things that makes it a challenging building for downtown is that our zoning wouldn't allow for outdoor storage at this building, so that limits its functionality as an industrial building. It's also in the heart of downtown, and so industrial uses aren't always ideal. There's also some challenges because you cannot drive into the building, and so while there are dock height doors, you cannot access the building with vehicles unless you were to build large ramps in order to access those. I think that's part of the reason why it's sat vacant or partially vacant for as long as it has. The current tenant uses it as warehouse space, just has a couple of employees that come and go in order to manage some inventory in that warehouse. That their primary operation is south of us and not in Berthoud. The bottom view is from Mountain Avenue, obviously looking north on the west side of the building, kind of standing closer to the railroad tracks. This is the inside of the unfinished space. It looks dark, and that's because it is. There's no power and the windows. There's no windows in that portion of the building. So I apologize. The pictures aren't great, but that's basically what the building looks like. It's a large metal building. In 2019, the town board approved the Mountain Avenue Overlay Plan, and that plan wasn't just specific to downtown. It was really looking at the entire corridor of Mountain Avenue or Highway 56, all the way from I-25 to 287, with the goal of identifying certain unique characteristics about all of the areas along the Mountain Avenue corridor. So, recognizing that development patterns are likely to be very different out by I-25 than they are in the heart of downtown. And the heart of downtown is likely to be a different kind of development pattern than land out by 287, for instance. And so the Mountain Avenue Overlay Plan established design guidelines for buildings to be constructed along that corridor, but it also envisioned a number of new project opportunities. This is one of many of them, but this old warehouse was identified in the Mountain Avenue overlay plan as a potential redevelopment project. The idea at the time presented was to be able to take that building, turn it into a mixed-use space, to make it kind of modern industrial in its architectural feel, recognizing that it is an industrial building today, maybe peeling off the front skin in order to expose the structure underneath and create a porch. Those were all conceptual ideas at the time, but ones that I think have some real possibility in the future. And this concept and this master plan informed both the decision to purchase the building back in November, but also the architectural vision for the project. So again, back in, just as a little bit of history, back in August of 2024, the House of Neighborly Services approached the town and requested a sizable financial grant in order to help construct a building on land that they own west of Town Hall, over by kind of Ziggy's and 7-Eleven, that area. That was a very large facility, roughly 19,000 square feet. And they were asking for $6 million in financial support, which the town obviously couldn't provide. And so at the time, the board directed town staff to look for some creative alternatives. As we discussed and debated it internally, the idea of redeveloping the Sunoco building presented itself. We were thinking about the amount of space that H&S was looking for and that they had designed. They were pretty far along in the designs of that building there south of Ziggy's and O'Reilly's, that area. They were about 60% of the way through that design process. And so they had a good idea of what they felt like they needed in the long term, the space that they wanted to allocate for community uses and other nonprofits and all of the things that we'll talk about tonight. And so we were thinking about where in town could we find a large enough building to help facilitate a less expensive redevelopment opportunity. And then also, is there a place where we could create a redevelopment project that would have a significant positive impact on the area around it. And the Sunoco building kind of rose to the top as like, hey, well, this is a large enough building to accommodate what they're looking for. We've wanted, I think, as a town or as a community to redevelop that building for some time. Our business development staff took a lot of developers who kind of specialize in downtown redevelopment projects that have done some really neat stuff in other cities and towns around Colorado. Had taken them on tours of that building because it was for sale, and we were trying to help facilitate a transaction that might lead to the redevelopment of that building. And just nobody ever felt like it was something they wanted to take on. It was a large space. It was a risky investment. And so as we thought about, the potential to fill some of that space with a nonprofit partner the town already works with, and to do that, with largely their cost to do the interior improvements, our cost to do some of the exterior improvements that would be maybe a little less expensive, and then the potential to use a big portion of that space for other mixed uses, retail, restaurant, hospitality kind of uses, and community spaces like a large public meeting room and senior gathering spaces, senior center, teen center, a lot of things that we've talked about as a community for some time. I just felt like this might be the opportunity to pull all of that together into one really cool project. So town staff presented that solution to the board in November, and the town began the purchase or acquisition process shortly thereafter. We closed on that building in April of 2025, and we are the owners of the Sunoco building, the town of Berthoud is. And we used federal grant money that we received during COVID to pay for the majority of that purchase. So the contract was for $2.95 million. A little over 2.2 was from the federal grant money that we received, and then the remaining funds came from the town of Berthoud. This is the current conceptual plan. This is very early in the design process, but we asked Asher Architects, the local architecture firm that we work with, to take the work that they had previously done for H&S and their facility west of Town Hall and see how it would fit into this space. How could we arrange that space? What would be left? What could we do with that space? And could we incorporate all the uses that we envisioned? And so while it's not super easy to see, and I'm sorry, the laser pointer doesn't work on the TV, so that's I'll just have to walk you through it verbally. On the left side of the picture is Mountain Avenue. The space along Mountain Avenue is envisioned to have kind of the front end of that building pulled off, as we'd envisioned in that Mountain Avenue overlay plan, to create some really unique elevated patio space, because again, the floor of that building is several feet above the street grade. So ramps and stairs would be necessary in order to make that work, but then a new facade could be constructed that would be much more attractive, obviously, than what's there today. I don't think that's a hard goal to accomplish. The interior of the space that's orange, tan, I don't know. I always say orange, but then other people say, oh, that looks tan to me. So whatever that looks like to you is kind of envisioned as retail and restaurant space, micro retail suites that could be leased out for, maybe it's an online business that is operating locally and wants to initiate a storefront, but they don't want to rent 1,000 or 2,000 square feet in a strip mall. Maybe they could rent 200 square feet here and have a small boutique shop. Micro restaurant suites, it's a very common thing now to see what people call food halls. It's like a high-end mall food court, right, where there's a couple of different unique restaurants that might offer, a little higher end than fast food, right, or fast casual kind of stuff, but that might all be located in the same space, have shared seating, smaller suites. And we've talked to a couple of different restaurant operators about this space already. They're very excited, and I think we will get some really exciting proposals for that space when that time comes. Excuse me. Where you can see all the circles, that is a large community meeting room envisioned to host community events, senior space. I met with the Bertha Golden Links and the senior group and talked to them about how that space could be used for their needs. I think there was a lot of excitement about that. It's a very simple space to manage, and they wouldn't have to own it or fund it, but that they could have designated time several days a week in the mornings, likely, where they would have access to the facility for meeting and games and other activities they might want to organize. So we're excited about that potential partnership. But what you see there is about 2,600 square feet, if I remember right off the top of my head, and it can host, we think, about 150 people seated at round tables and maybe up to 300 people seated in a kind of a chair classroom setting. So much bigger than this room, and maybe on really active nights at town board meetings, maybe we could meet there since we're clearly out of space here. The red space that you see on kind of the top of the plan is envisioned as what H&S calls the Life Center. That is not space that H&S themselves would occupy, but that they would sublease to other local nonprofits or community groups. The big space there, kind of on the top left of that red rectangle, could be a teen center. We've had some initial conversations with other government partners about the potential to do that. There's a lot of excitement there, and I think that's very likely to occur. The remaining spaces would be subleased out, and the way that it's identified in our lease agreement with H&S is that those sublessees would be charged below market rate for that space, with the idea that we're trying to help support other local or regional nonprofits who might provide services in our community. The blue space would be the space that H&S would occupy. That's a little less than 12,000 square feet as currently conceptualized. That would be for their offices and their operations, but it would also include that large meeting room that you see right in the middle of the building. So two very kind of good-sized meeting room spaces that would be available for use and rent for other groups, private and public and nonprofit groups, in order to use in the future. In addition to all the nice improvements that could be made to the building, we would expect to redo that parking lot, which has some serious drainage issues and is not attractive, and create 61 new public parking spaces in downtown. The lease does say that 15 of those spaces would be designated for H&S use during their business hours, but the rest of the time they would be all open and available for downtown public parking to support this building and other businesses in downtown. Again, we hired Asher to do that initial concept work, and I know I said 290 Mountain Avenue here, so I apologize. I don't know why I can't choose, but it's 270. We're just going to stick with 270. Design for the entire redevelopment, we think will take around 6 months, and construction could start as early as spring of 2026 on the site and exterior building improvements. We would expect to renovate the building to kind of what we would call a core and shell in the kind of the commercial construction world, and that basically means the interior of the building is not finished, but it's set up for future tenant improvements that would be done by a tenant. Any space that we were going to own and control, like the large public meeting space, we would likely fund the construction of that interior space. But the restaurant and hospitality space, we would expect a future tenant to spend the money to construct that. H&S would also be expected to construct 100% of their interior improvements for their space in blue and whatever space need to be created in the red area of the Life Center. The lease agreement that we've kind of broadly talked about, and I'll talk about more specifically here in a sec, was included in your packet, as was an option to purchase. The idea being that H&S like to control their space long term, and that with multi-million-dollar investment in the tenant improvements, that the building could be condominiumized into commercial condos, and then that portion of their building could be sold to them. The town would retain the property, would be part of that condo association. All those documents would have to be worked out and developed and approved by the town board in the future, but it's an option for them to purchase. That also then gives the town the right of first offer. So if H&S ever did want to sell, the town would have the right to acquire it back for the value of the improvements and that space. So in kind of broad summary on the screen, I have outlined the terms of the lease that's been presented. The lease is for approximately 19,000 square feet of the building. That's a little less than 2/3 of the total 30,000 square feet. Once the front end of the building gets peeled off, if we build a patio like is envisioned, it would actually be a little more than 2/3 of the space, of the interior space. It's a 30-year lease term as envisioned with 2 10-year extension options for a total of 50 total years. In light of that large investment that we would expect them to make, we think that those tenant improvements are probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $150 a square foot. And that's primarily because the building itself it's not structurally designed. We're confirming that right now with a structural engineer, but we think that there is, you will have to essentially build a building within a building. So the building will serve as the shell, but the structure is not suitable to hang a significant amount of weight on with mechanical equipment and other things. And so we'll be building buildings within the building. And so that interior space is likely to be much more from a tenant improvement cost than you might find like in an empty suite here at the Hayes Market Shopping Center, for instance. But in light of that investment, what's being proposed is a 50 cent per square foot lease for 10 years. That is significantly below market rate if you look at it just at a 50 cents per square foot cost. The current lease rate in the building is about $7. Office space in downtown right now is listed at $8 a square foot. And in some places, it could be as high as 12 or 14, but there's office space down the street here in downtown that's currently listed at $8 a square foot. So that just gives you some context. H&S under the lease could only use the space for human or community services and the administration of those services. That is the specific language in the lease. And that's true for any sublease tenants that might be that might enter into lease agreements with H&S. And so all the uses would be, again, human or community services. That's a broad definition. And so one of the things we might want to suggest tonight is, and I've talked to H&S about, and they're happy to work with us to do that, is to specify a little more what that means, but also probably easier, let's specify what it does not mean. So I think that could easily be done. The way the lease is written, and I put this in red because I wanted to highlight it, the way the presentation showed on the packet and online said that the town had the right to approve the subleases. That was not correct. That's not the correct way to say that. What the town does have the right to do is to terminate the lease if the subleases do not meet the approved uses. And there's a good reason for that. There was some H&S wants the flexibility to be able to sublease space if we give them that right to nonprofits that meet that criteria. We also don't want to pick and choose who we like and who we don't, because I think that creates some potential issues with, frankly, just basic constitutional rights, right? If a nonprofit group that provides services that might have a religious or a political affiliation or some other kind of protected affiliation that we don't like wants to sublease that building and we say no, I think that opens up the town to problems. And so it's easier and probably more legally appropriate to broadly prohibit certain types of uses if that's what we're concerned about. Maybe one of the prohibitions is as I have outlined at the bottom, because this has been brought up a lot, that services targeted or intended to serve homeless individuals, such as shelters or hot meals and that kind of thing. This building was never intended for that. We had lots of conversations with H&S. I think they're fine making that clarity in this lease. But we could find and prohibit a certain list of uses, broadly defined uses, without specifically excluding individual groups or organizations. I don't think that's a good idea for the town to get into that business. Again, H&S would have designated use of a portion of the parking during business hours and would pay for half the trash removal, snow removal, and exterior lighting costs. So just kind of that common area maintenance. And the reason why it's 50-50 from our perspective, even though they have the majority of the building, the majority of the site maintenance costs, the parking lot, the landscaping, the lighting, one, it'll probably be done by town staff, and so it's easy for us to monitor and manage. But two, the majority of the parking lot would be owned and controlled by the town. And so there's some, the trash, the restaurant is probably likely to generate a whole lot more trash than the office space. The town would control the majority of the parking lot, so those site maintenance costs would be primarily the town's. But we agreed to split that 50-50, at least conceptually, and that's what's presented to you. Again, that purchase option is a separate document, but after H&S has completed their interior improvements, the town would work to subdivide that building into commercial condominiums. So we don't want to do that. We don't want to sell the space until it's complete. And that's because I think what I would recommend to you is that we not sell that space if the board wants to do that until it's complete, because if we do, then we don't have any control over making sure that it ever gets completed. So we want to see those improvements fully complete before any sale was allowed to occur. Following the creation of the new unit, then H&S would have 5 years to exercise that option to purchase. That purchase price is envisioned at $215,000, and that is cheap. I think that we should be clear about that. There's two ways to look at it from my perspective. One, they're investing, again, potentially millions into that space. The value created is value that they paid for. The other is that the town was able to use federal grant funds to purchase the building. Those weren't necessarily local tax dollars. They're all tax dollars, right? I mean, nothing we spend is anything but taxes and fees. But certainly may have been able to have been spent on something else, but I didn't see that as a direct impact to the town in a way that maybe just using general fund reserves for the entire purchase price may have been. And so that represents a small fraction of, it represents a fraction of what we paid, and by we I mean using town funds for that building. That new condo unit would be subject to a common interest owners association, like a property owners association. It would have covenants, rules, and regulations that the town will have to create and approve with their input and participation and agreement. But we would expect those future association documents to include any restrictions that were outlined in the lease. So if the lease prohibited, specific uses that the board wanted and that the community wanted and that H&S was okay with, we would expect to carry those over as in the restrictive covenants for the property. So, the concern about, if the property is sold or if that condo is sold to H&S, do we lose control over what happens there? I think that is easy enough to deal with in the restrictive covenants. So again, the low lease rate kind of reflects the initial investment in the property. We're assuming approximately $3.5 million. That's 19,000 by a little more than 150 bucks a square foot. And if you took that and divided it out by 30 years, that's about 117,000 bucks a year. That equates to about $6.17 per square foot per year, and the current lease rate for the building's around $7 a square foot. So, we felt like that was kind of a reasonable deal. It also allows them to charge very little for the nonprofit space, so to keep that below market rate. The purchase price consideration I already walked you through, but again, what we used, the town funds that we paid out of the town general fund for that building was roughly $750,000, and so 215 reflects, again, both their initial investment, but also a portion that we paid out of town funds, knowing that even the grant funds were technically town funds once they were given to us. One thing that I need to make clear tonight is that you cannot approve this lease tonight. That is my fault. If you wanted to, maybe you didn't want to. I don't know if that is really relevant either way. The Colorado revised statutes require that in order to lease property for more than a year, any municipally owned property or building, we have to adopt an ordinance. This is language directly from the letter of intent that we signed with H&S that kind of outlined the structure of the deal. And frankly, I forgot, and our town attorney missed it when we published our agenda, and we did not prepare an ordinance for you tonight. So you could not approve the lease tonight, even if you wanted to. And in some ways, I think that's probably a good thing, just knowing that there's a whole lot of folks here to talk about it. You could certainly vote to direct us to prepare the ordinance for adoption at your next regular meeting or something like that, if that was the will of the town board. But I wanted to be clear. We certainly knew that this was required. I forgot, so that one's on me. So that's really it in the way of presentation. I think, there's a lot of questions that have been raised about this. I try very hard to stay off social media, but we have a wonderful community outreach specialist who follows social media and keeps me up to date on what gets talked about. And there's a lot of questions I think we could address. I've tried to address many of them tonight. One of the things that comes up a lot is the question of safety. I want to be really explicitly clear. This is not a homeless shelter. This is not the Loveland Resource Center that we all envision at the south end of Loveland on 1st Street and 287. That's not what this building is. That's not what H&S does. And you can look at police call volume to know that they are very different uses. I asked Sergeant Williamson, with our sheriff's office, who serves as our police chief, to pull some data. I can say confidently that the use at the Loveland Resource Center gets about 45 times more calls per year than H&S in Loveland does. The H&S facility in Loveland, their current life center, their large facility there, gets about a third of the calls that some of our favorite retailers here just immediately west of Town Hall get each year from a police standpoint. So I'm not worried about the safety aspects of this site in any way, shape, or form. So I wanted to address that tonight. I think that the call data from the police indicates that the current H&S Life Center in Loveland has a very low call volume relative to even like a grocery store. And the current Life Center in Berthoud that operates out of Grace Place, there's a number of calls, I think 23 or 20 plus calls in the last 12 months to that address, but none of them were directly attributable. Sorry, that's a hard word to say. None of them were directly attributable to H&S. So those could have been, calls for service at Grace Place. That could have been an accident in the parking lot. That could have been contracted traffic control services for large events at the church. So some of those things could have occurred that would have registered as police calls. I think the only other thing I wanted to bring up and mention, and I may have closed my notes, so it may take me a minute to remember what those were. No, I think I've mostly covered it. So if you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer as many as I can. I know that we have representatives here from H&S, and if they want to speak, they're certainly welcome to. I think they're here to answer questions. I don't think they have a presentation prepared. But again, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank Thank you, Administrator Kirk. Trustees, any questions for staff? Trustee Hardy.
Since we're basically building a building within a building, would it be more efficient to just tear down the building and build a new building?
I think the answer to that is very clearly no, and here's why. The town has been working on a conceptual plan for the redevelopment of the old skate park and streets building, just catty corner to this. Oh, that does remind me what the other third thing was that I couldn't find in my notes, so I'll come back to that. The plan or the conceptual plan for the space adjacent to 2nd Street, south of Mountain Avenue and north of Welch, right? It's kind of two properties split by the alley. But conceptually, we had presented to you previously and got a lot of good positive feedback through multiple presentations here in your town board meetings, was for a mixed-use retail building and maybe a nonprofit or community organization to rent the space on the south end of that building. It's a very large space, a very large construction project. We had 3 different contractors estimate construction of the concept plan. Their estimates range really wildly because we're very, we have a really pretty picture and a floor plan. And so, they have to make a lot of assumptions about what it might cost. But we think that construction is probably $570 to $650 a square foot. So if you're talking about going vertical from new ground, right, building new, if we scrape the site clean and built new, the cost could be $600 a square foot. So interior improvements at $200 a square foot is still dramatically less money than scraping the site and starting new. Now, that does not include $200 a square foot may or may not include structural improvements that might need to be done to the building. I don't think there will be a significant number of them. Again, the structural engineers were in the building 2 weeks ago doing their initial evaluation work, and we haven't gotten their report back yet. But even with structural improvements to the building, it would be significantly less expensive than starting from scratch and building new.
Okay. And then the other part is, could it be possible to condense down the amount of footprint that H&S has taken up and be doing 2 stories for the offices, creating more retail space?
Potentially, I guess. I think H&S, they know what they need. I assume they know what they need. I don't know what they need, but they've told us what they need in terms of space for their operation. That's that roughly, a little less than 12,000 square feet, right? That's that blue space on the presentation that I showed you earlier. The Life Center space, maybe it could be smaller. I think they would be open to that. We've talked about that kind of briefly, but not real specifically. Any space that they don't take, we would then have to finish and manage, and so that increases the town's expense. That's just if they build a teen center, they'll find the funding and the tenant and manage that lease. If we build the teen center, we'll either fund it or find partners to help fund it, and we'll manage that space. But if you think about those kinds of uses, the value of having H&S do it is we don't have to. But if the town board would prefer to control some of those spaces, that's certainly something we could talk with them about.
And I guess the other one would be, do we have to do a 30-year lease, or can we do shorter term? Because 30 years just seems pretty far out.
I look at it like this. If you're going to invest $4 million in a building, you're going to want a long-term lease. And that's appropriate, and that's common in commercial deals. So when you're spending that kind of money, that's not unusual. So yes, I think a 30-year lease is reasonable and appropriate in this context. And so that reminded me of a fourth thing I did not have in my notes, but I think it's worth pointing out. It is not uncommon in commercial deals for significant financial incentives to be granted. And that's even true in private transactions. So one of the properties west of town, close to 287, we've had multiple meetings with a very large retailer, who I won't say because they haven't submitted anything, and we don't typically announce possible commercial developments until they've actually applied for something. But we've had enough conversations with them to know what their expected deal is. And it's a large retailer that I think most people would be very happy to see build in town. They expect the land for free from the developer and they expect all of the infrastructure to be constructed by the developer. They won't build any of it. They just want to build their building and their parking lot. And they expect the town to provide financial incentives in the way of tax sharebacks, fee reimbursements, fee waivers. And so, that is a common practice. You can look at incentive deals up and down the Front Range. The Shields project in Johnstown, there's some significant financial incentives included for that. And there's significant financial benefit as a result of Shields being located in Johnstown. I think everybody could agree that a lot of that development is bankrolling Johnstown. And so kudos to them. But but again, these financial incentives are not uncommon. This deal is a little different. What we're talking about is not direct sales tax benefit from H&S. We're talking about broader community benefit. And so that's something the town board has to weigh. I think that's more of a subjective decision, but hopefully with some objectivity behind it. So I did want to point that out just, from kind of a deal perspective. Again, incentives are really common. And the Second Street project that I talked about, on a piece of property that the town owns, we did hire a third-party financial consultant to prepare a pro forma for us. In that case, we don't expect to construct that building or operate it or own it or lease it. What we wanted to look for is a private development partner. And if you'll recall, we did that process once before for the old town hall site on Massachusetts and 3rd Street. The old town hall site is currently leased to some nonprofits in town for nothing. We lease space to Raft for nothing at Old Town Hall and have for several years in order to help support their operation. And there's some other nonprofits in there that use that space. Then we also have some for-profit leases in there that pay us a market lease rate. We would expect to do the same thing at the Sunoco building or 270 Mountain Avenue. The Second Street project, we would not expect to own and control or lease any of that space, or at least that would be our hope from a town staff perspective. And so we wanted to see what does this financial consultant think would be financially viable deal that a developer might be interested in taking on. And so we ran through the list of possible uses, the square footages. That's why we had those construction cost estimates done. What is their long-term return on investment? Basically what he responded back to us with, and we will bring to you at some point, probably at the second meeting in October. But so I'm giving you a little preview now because I think it's valuable context. After going back and forth with him several times, he said, look, if you want to see this project happen, the town's going to have to contribute somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million based on my numbers today. Now, that's based on assumptions about lease rates and tenants, but one of those tenants that would occupy a significant amount of space, his initial calculation was they would have to pay $43 a square foot annually in order to make that project financially viable. So downtown redevelopment is expensive and it's hard to fund. And for the private sector, his opinion was if the town wants to make the project that you've conceived of and conceptualized, if you want to make that a reality, it's going to require about a $4 million contribution from the town. He said you could do that by contributing the land for free, by building some of the infrastructure and public spaces, the sidewalks, the plazas. You could do that by reimbursing tax revenue, property taxes, and sales taxes collected, and just basically giving that back to the developer for some agreed upon period of time. Fee waivers, again, all of these kind of incentives that are outlined actually in our town approved incentive policy. But for context, a project of that magnitude, at least in his opinion, is probably a $4 million contribution from the town to make financially viable for a developer. And that kind of comes back to this idea of property and sales taxes. That's another good question that's been asked. There's been a lot of really good questions, so I'm grateful for all the public conversation. And in some ways, it's really forced us to think a little differently about the project. So those are all really valuable. The question about taxes, the building as it currently, or as it was previously used, generated about $68,000 in property taxes a year. That doesn't all go to the town. The town only gets about $6,500 of that, right? We're only a small percentage of the property tax collected in town. The rest goes to a whole long list of other agencies, the fire district, school district, Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. There's this list of property taxing entities on your tax bill. But $68,000 in property taxes, plus or minus. For the space that's currently occupied, the town would continue to pay property taxes because it's leased by a commercial, private, or for-profit tenant. The same is true here in Town Hall. So we own this building. The bank leases from us, as does Edward Jones, and we pay property taxes to the county for the space that is occupied by those private entities. So while we are tax exempt and the town does not pay property taxes, we pay property tax for the space that we lease to independent. Well, it's not independent. What are they called now? South State. It's changed a few times since I've been here. South State and Edward Jones. The same would be true in this building. So while the town space and space occupied by H&S may be exempt from property taxes, all the space on the southern end of the building that we talked about, that kind of retail restaurant space occupied by a private operator, that would be taxable. But, probably a quarter to a third of the property tax generated. Where we would expect to make that up is with the sales taxes generated at that facility. So, we could use a whole lot of different metrics, but, even in just round numbers, our sales tax rate that the town collects is 4% of sales. So if they generate $1 million in annual revenue, that's $40,000 in retail sales taxes. In addition to that, we would be charging them a market rate rent. So if that's 5,000 square feet at, $10, $12 a square foot, you do the math, that's another, $50,000. So we would expect to generate more revenue today or in the future than what is generated there today. But I don't think we're looking at this as a cash cow for the town. I don't think that was the intent of the town board. That's not the intent of town staff. But we certainly want to see a vibrant mix of uses at that site, and being able to do nonprofit, recreational, community meeting, restaurant, retail, all in the same space is kind of a unique and cool opportunity. And lastly, I'm going to run out of breath here in a minute.
More questions.
Most of that block is property tax exempt. So the Historical Society is property tax exempt. The church next door to the building, to this building, is property tax exempt. The fire district, the old skate park and streets building, the library district just below, just south of that. So, from a property tax perspective, this is not our big block, right? I mean, I think we can reasonably say the vast majority of the properties in that kind of block of downtown are not property tax paying entities. And the fire district and the library district and the historical society and the church, they don't generate a lot of sales tax. Or any, except for maybe the cafe at the church. So just wanted to bring that up as well.
Thank you. Questions?
A few questions.
Yes, Trustee Wing.
On the second page of your slide, just to be clear, it says assuming the approximately $3.5 million investment in the finished 19,000. Just to be clear, that's not us, right?
That's not us. We would not pay for the construction of H&S's
exactly.
space.
I just want to clarify
That's
that.
clear.
And then
Use your mic.
Sorry about that. Yes.
I'm sorry.
use their mics.
Excuse me.
The
just to repeat my question real quick, was there was $3.5 million stated as an investment, and it didn't clearly call out who makes that 3.5. So I just wanted to be clear, it's not the town paying for that 3.5. Another thing is my presentation did not have the red, so I was really glad to see, because in the comments we received from the citizens, it seemed like the biggest concern was the aesthetics of some of our neighboring communities and what they've done. So the fact that you called that out, and we will have very specific language, legal language in our lease to prohibit some of those activities, I think that's a really big deal.
I think so.
Thank you for that. And again, I didn't have that in my document. In the map that shows the colors, do you know in the blue and red where the actual activity will be for human services, human services in that area?
Christian, could we pull that presentation back up and I'll click back to it? So I don't know, and I'm not sure that H&S, because they don't have a lease yet. I don't think they've finalized any subleases. But the red area is intended to be subleased to other, human community service kind of entities. So, but if it's a teen center, I don't know if that's exactly what you mean. But on the the H&S portion of the project, I would expect that the blue area would be all of, that is their operation. That would be their offices, clothing area, food area, offices for the other services they provide, meeting rooms for their staff, all that stuff. But that blue area is all intended to be for
That was my
H&S's
question.
operation.
So you think that's where the majority of the activity would happen?
For their space,
Yep.
yes.
And then in the orange area, would you see potentially the town taking some of that space, office space even?
I don't think we would need it for office space.
Okay.
We do need office space, but I don't think this is probably the right spot for us. I would expect us to maintain, to long-term own and kind of control the public meeting space, that big meeting room with the round tables that's envisioned, because we want to use that for a senior center. We want to be able to use that for community meetings. And one of the real reasons why we included a large community meeting space is there's only a couple of large community meeting rooms in this town, and no knock on them. They're spectacular in a lot of ways, but they're very expensive. And so we have a need for community meeting space. We get requests all the time. Our party room at the rec center gets used very heavily, both for parties, but also just for public meetings. I mean, there's HOA meetings that happen there. There's, there's a whole long list of things, classes and other stuff. We need some bigger meeting room space. And it's a great option for us.
And then on the federal grants we received, is there anything that prohibits us from reselling this property after we received a grant?
I don't believe so. I would have to confirm that with our finance director.
Okay.
But as I understand it from her, she attended a whole bunch of webinars, and it was a very interesting process. The federal government started sending money out to cities and towns without any guidance about how that money was supposed to be used. Or actually, there was some interim final guidelines. I don't know how you make a final guideline interim, but and it was absolutely interim because it changed several times. And ultimately, what it finally came down to is the town, because we are a non-entitlement town, we could basically use it for anything that the community development block grant is allowed for. We could use it for just about any town purpose other than like paying for pensions and some of the things I think everybody would readily agree are not a good idea to use that kind of grant funds for. So no employee bonuses, no pensions. You could backfill lost revenue from COVID. That was an allowable use. You could just put it right back into the town's fund if there was some lost revenue. We were fortunate we didn't have any. But
just wanted to make sure they weren't giving us a grant, then we turn around and sell it, keep the profit. And
I will
in this
confirm.
Case,
but
in principle.
Yeah, they actually sent us the money before we really knew what was happening. So that was kind of an interesting process too. But it's not like a traditional. So most federal grants have grant agreements that are inches thick, that are very complicated to administer and do come with a lot of strings attached. This one was this funding was much more flexible.
To Under the option to purchase, there's a reference to a new unit, and I got a little confused in there. So their option to purchase, is that just their 19,000 square feet? It's not the remaining amount.
That's correct.
Okay. And then clarification on this, got a little confused again on what the town's paying, what they're paying. It talks about this 60% design of tenant improvement. Then I thought I heard you say they were going to pay 100%. So I'm just a little confused on that 60% and what that means.
That's a great question. So during the design, again, they had already designed their space to what we would call 60% design development kind of drawings. That's pretty close to being constructible. They had already designed that at their other facility. And so what the architects are doing is taking the majority of that work and just kind of repackaging it here. That's not to say that there are a lot of unique building issues here that need to be dealt with. But what we suggest is that we would pay for the 60% of the design that basically they already did. But we'd pay to kind of repackage it into this building. And then past that, when you start getting into like choosing finishes and, there's a lot of very detailed design work that happens after that 60% stage that they will fund that remaining 40% of the design. and then they will fund 100% of the cost to construct those improvements.
That was where I wasn't sure. I couldn't quite figure that out. Okay, great. So that dime is totally on theirs. And then the last thing I have is in our budget, we call out $3 million for the property, which is really $750,000 after you take into consideration the fund. Then we talk about $500,000 for design work and $1 million for the parking lot, utilities upgrade, etc. Is there anything else, Chris, that would be lumped into that, or do you think that's the majority of it?
So when you approved the budget, the town board approved the budget in December of 2024 for this year, we included $4.5 million for this project. So, roughly $3 million for the acquisition, because there's due diligence work. We had to pay for asbestos studies and lead studies and surveys and all that stuff. Roughly $3 million for the acquisition, $500,000 for the design work, and $1 million is kind of a starting place for parking lot construction, exterior building improvements. We will have to come back to you with a clear budget for construction. We're very early in the design phase, so I would say we're about 10% of the way into the design. When we get to that 60% design phase, hopefully we'll have some better idea, more concrete, before the budget gets approved in December. I think we'll be pretty far along if we continue with that design effort. So we could probably give you a much better idea, but there's a lot of unknowns still, and there's a lot of big decisions to be made. So a good example, one of the things that was included in the concept was a mezzanine, like a second floor mezzanine out, like a deck that hung out over the patio, and that would be street side. It'd be a really cool space, but because the ceiling height in the building is only 14 feet, you can't add a second floor in there without dropping the existing floor. Now we could do that because the existing floor is elevated several feet above the sidewalk, so we could cut that floor out, lower it, and create enough room for that second floor mezzanine. That's a very expensive endeavor. So I love it conceptually, but that, in my opinion, would be the first thing to go if we couldn't do the things we wanted to do within budget. So that also would include an elevator and managing and funding, maintaining, managing an elevator long term just to have a second floor deck space. Probably not worth it. Awesome concept, but so we're we'll be going through that kind of value engineering process through design. We've already talked about kind of limiting some of the patio space there. It's below the building in this image, but that would actually be the east side of the building. You can see some tables and kind of a raised deck space. I don't think we need that there. It would be outside of the public meeting rooms, and it sounds like a cool idea. I don't think it will get used a lot, and based on other examples in town, I don't think it will be heavily utilized, and maybe that's not worth it because that might require constructing elevated patios on the exterior of the building that maybe don't add enough value to justify. So we're going to work through all those details. The parking lot is pretty easy to cost estimate. It's a parking lot. It's not real complicated. But some of those exterior improvements to the building is what will tip the scales for us. So again, we included $1 million in the budget as a starting place for construction. We will come to you with much better numbers as that gets refined.
And the $3 million for the purchase, just to be clear, that includes the $2.2 million.
That's correct.
So you don't take the 2.2 off of the 3.
Yeah.
Just to be clear on that.
We have $4.5 million identified in the line item for expense. There's a corresponding revenue item that offsets that $4.5 million. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good questions. Really? Other questions?
I'd just like to hear from the H&S folks. I got a couple questions for them.
Okay. Trustee Ayers, any, or Trustee Sorcelli or Albert? Sorry.
Okay. Just if you could just help me understand what kind of long-term controls we have on the homeless language in our lease agreement and the services to be provided. And then also just clarification, because I think it's my understanding that the Loveland Center does provide some homeless resources, and this obviously will not. And so just making that delineation that we're not completely imitating that model because we won't be providing those services. I don't know if staff or you guys want to answer that, but I just want to know what those long-term constraints are that we could place in that lease agreement that prohibit the ability to serve that community outside of Berthoud residents.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think...
Go ahead.
I'll address that first if Jerry doesn't mind, and then I'll ask her to also address it, make sure I don't go too sideways and speak on behalf of H&S. But I think, the long and short of it is we didn't include specific language about homelessness services because we'd never discussed that being part of the option. I also understand there's concern that maybe they change their mind in the future and they want to do something like a homeless shelter or a day center for folks to come and get meals and hang out when the weather's bad or that kind of stuff. They don't do that at the current Life Center, and so we just didn't think about that needing to be specified. Understand the concerns that were raised, and I think we've had conversations about specifically prohibiting some of those uses that might be targeted or directed specifically for homelessness. The reality is, if someone comes in and qualifies for food or clothing assistance that they might otherwise offer, and they might also be homeless, that we would not prohibit. And that's no different than the homeless people who use the library for charging their phones and using the internet and things like that. There's probably as many homeless people hanging out at the library. And I don't mean to pick on the library. I love the library. I don't mean to drag them into any controversy. But the reality is they're a public facility, right? And so homeless folks could use the library just like they could use services at H&S. But programs or services that are specifically targeted for homelessness, like shelter operations, like day centers or hot meals or those kinds of things, I think we could specifically preclude or prohibit in the lease agreement and in any restrictive covenants that get created for future condo option. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, and I like the library too. That's a very good question. First of all, our Loveland Life Center is completely different from the LRC. When you drive into Loveland, you usually see the LRC on First Street, where you'll see a lot of people camped out there. That's actually run by the city of Loveland. So that is not what we do. And however, some of those people sometimes will come over to our Life Center. They can actually come twice a month to get food, and it's not cooked food. It's a package that is non-perishable, some tuna, some peanut butter, and clothing if they need. So it's the same for down here. They could come and get resources twice a month. And the Life Center in Loveland is not a day center for homeless individuals at all. So they're welcome to shift their backpack, come in and get the services, go to the restroom, and then they're out. So we don't allow hanging around the building. We don't allow parking in the parking lot. So that's our culture. You also must know that we do in Loveland actually have a program called Family Promise, and it has a day center for families and children experiencing homelessness. That will not be down in Berthoud at all, but that is in Loveland. So if you do hear something about a day center, we have any families that are experiencing homelessness in Loveland can come to that day center, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful, and it has staff there, and they come in, they do their laundry, they might cook a meal, they might go to the restroom. There's some computers there. The kids might play a few video games, and then they have case management there, so they can work with the case management. But that's our Loveland. So if you have a family that comes into Berthoud that's experiencing homelessness, living in a car, we in Berthoud are going to send them to Loveland or to Fort Collins or to Longmont. So, and we're just a day center, so even if they come to us in Loveland, we've got to still send them to the night shelter in Fort Collins. So we're not a night shelter, nor will we be, but I highly recommend, because I won't be here forever, neither will our current board, so I think it's wisdom to put that in the contract and say that that facility will not be used as a day center or a night shelter, or that it will be a food center where you're cooking food, because that will definitely draw people in every day for food. So that's a suggestion.
Great. Thank you.
Yes.
Trustees?
Yeah, thank you guys for the good questions and the good answers. A lot of mine have been answered. Some of these might be pretty vague, and some of them are clarification, so I apologize if you've already covered them. When you were talking about the responsibility for upholding code policy for prohibited uses, you mentioned termination of lease. Would that be a termination of the HNS lease or a termination of any sublease?
I'm going to read you the language so I don't say something wrong. But the way that the sublease paragraph is written, it specifically says. Thank you, Alicia, our town attorney, is here helping me out. It says any such assignment or subletting for any use, for any other use than those specified, that kind of human community services or any other prohibited uses. Any such assignment or subletting for any other use without the town consent shall be void, and at the opinion of the town may terminate this lease agreement with HNS, not just the sublease.
Okay, thank you. You answered this as well, but I just have a couple specific questions on it. The issue with the 14-foot ceiling pretty much limits it to one large story. There's not really an ability for a second story, unless you drill into the foundation.
Unless we lower the floor or take the roof off.
This is probably way too early in the process to ask this question, but what about plumbing?
Yeah, so we would expect to, for H&S's space, we'll identify a place where a water service will be stubbed into that portion of the building, and then they'll take it from there internally where they need to go. You can do that by cutting into the slab and running plumbing underground. You could do that by running pipes overhead, especially kind of in the case where we may be building a building within a building. That's probably a lot less expensive. So the same would be true in the other spaces. So we'll identify a couple of locations where we'll bring new water service into the building. There is already water service in the building. There's a couple of marginal offices in there. But yes, utilities would be brought and kind of stubbed to the building. And then for H&S's space, they will take it where it needs to go in their space. And then for our space, we'll do the same.
Thank you. Let's see. If the town decides to create an ordinance for this property, would it be a specific ordinance, or would that open the door as a precedent for all other types of entities?
No, I don't think you're setting a precedent in the sense that this is a unique project. This is a unique tenant and a unique situation. There would be findings outlined in the ordinance that are unique to H&S and to this lease. And you would make those findings. And then, if there was a similar situation, another building the town owned, and kind of all the same criteria, then yes, we would expect to offer that same deal. But just because you lease to one nonprofit doesn't mean you have to lease to every nonprofit. And the town board can make a legislative determination about what's in the public benefit or what's in the public's best interest. And that's what you're doing in this context. This is not like a quasi-judicial hearing. This is not a public hearing like you might do for development. This is you as a town board acting in your legislative capacity. And the primary determining factor in making those legislative choices is this for the public benefit.
Thank you. Let's see. There's not really any empathetic way for me to say this, so I'm just going to ask it. What would be the policy/procedure if the services provided created a secondary issue not on the property? Does that make sense?
I think I don't mind just saying it, and you could tell me if I'm wrong. If folks who are homeless, let's use that as an example since that's a hot topic. If folks that are homeless come and get a basket of food at H&S, there's no issue at the H&S property, but that homeless individual then later creates some disturbance or criminal activity somewhere else in town. I wouldn't attribute that to H&S any more than I would any other business in town. There are businesses on 2nd Street where homeless individuals will routinely camp in their car in their parking lot. If that homeless individual then commits a crime at Hayes Market, I wouldn't hold the business owner responsible on 2nd Street where that person had parked the night before.
Yeah, and you already answered that. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I think that's a great question.
Next question. I only have a couple more. Could you please go over the specific difference in the benefits to the town and or HNS for the possibility of purchase versus remaining under a lease? The creating a condo versus remaining under a lease.
I won't fully speak on behalf of HNS. We have a lot of conversations, so again, please correct me if I'm wrong, Cherry. But I think the benefit for them is that they're going to be fundraising, and when you have a donor that wants to contribute funding to help make a project happen, they also want some commitment that the value that they're giving the organization is going to be there long term, right? So that's part of the reason for a long term lease arrangement, and then two, if they're going to raise millions of dollars in order to fund the construction of their improvements, those donors are going to expect that HNS owns those improvements. So there's good reason in that sense. From a practical standpoint for the town, selling the building limits our future possibilities, but so too does a long-term lease. So, from practically speaking, if the board agrees to a 30-year lease with 2 10-year options, I think that's effectively selling the building anyway. The town won't have control over that space unless HNS defaults, for long, long after I'm gone and long, long after all of us are gone. So, in that context, I think a long-term lease like that is effectively selling the building anyway. If you're comfortable with the lease, I think a long-term lease like that, then I think you're comfortable with selling the building from my perspective. Now, that's not to say that 50 years from now, some, town board might really want that space to do something else with. My suspicion is that 50 years from now, there will be a whole lot of other space in town that will be just as valuable or more so. So I don't see that as being a long-term problem.
I can speak to that as well. First of all, I want to say that, we're so excited to be in Berthoud, and we've been here 36 years. And I want to tell you something, building a life center, it's a lot of hard work. And so doing the service in itself is this team, the volunteers. It's a beautiful sacrificial work. 250 volunteers for the organization, 35 employees. And so they're just so honored to be in Berthoud and serving here. Why purchase? Most of our funds for this life center need to come from grants. And in order to get many of those grants, they will not even consider funding us if we don't own that building. So, and grants are so important right now. We've already got one, and we've got multiple grants that we've applied for and are meeting with. And the interesting thing is this excites the grantors. They are very excited about this project. They are thrilled that the Berthoud community is investing in services for those that are genuinely underserved. So it actually has a lot of eyes on it and potential for significant funding, and that's what we need, because it's hard for a community to lift $3 to $3.5 million, but grantors actually want to be a part of it. That community room, that we have that meeting space, the blue one that you saw that has about 100 people capacity. Shields has done the naming rights for that for $260,000. Yeah, they want to be a part of this. So they're like, absolutely, we're in. And so we've got multiple conversations going on, and it's part of the reason that just as you consider moving this forward, it's important that for us, since we have funding already lined up and applications in, eyes are watching this. So owning that building potentially is important to our funders, because otherwise they expect money back. If you take many grants and something falls through, then many times you have to give it back. And so that's why we want to purchase it.
Okay, thank you. 2 more questions and then I'm done for now. Administrator Kirk, there have been a lot of comments and emails from the community about the speed of this project, as well as the level of communication. Could you kind of speak to that a little bit about maybe why this seems like it's going so fast and the types and amounts of communication that has been given out to the community.
Sure. I think from a speed perspective, I think that's in the eye of the beholder. So I think it's, from my perspective, we've been talking about this project for over a year. So it feels like a long time, and we've got years ahead before this project is likely to be open, even if we start tomorrow. This is a year-long construction project at a minimum, probably. And so from idea to development to construction to opening is going to be several years. The recreation center went from idea to funding to construction to opening in 3 years. So to me, that doesn't feel like lightning speed from a timing perspective. I do think that the public conversation has just started recently. This is not a, I'll say it this way, and I don't mean this in any kind of disparaging way, but this is not a shadowy conspiracy, right? This was not, we made a very public presentation at a town board meeting back in, H&S did in August. We made another presentation in November. That was covered in the newspaper. We'd prepared a press release and then decided not to send it out because the newspaper already covered it on the front page. It seemed kind of silly to send out a press release to talk about the same thing. And I don't know, we didn't do a lot of public outreach in the sense that we didn't ask for opinions like we might with a recreation center, right? Like when we designed the recreation center, we had some community meetings to talk about, what kind of things would we like to see there? Do we want, 2 basketball courts or 3 or 1? Should they be high school size? Should they be middle school size? Should they be, should we have an indoor pool or an outdoor pool? Should the pool have a slide? We have those kind of town hall style meetings, and people provide their feedback about the amenities. In this case, I think, from my perspective, when we presented to the board back in November, 2/3 of the building was going to be H&S. We didn't need to ask the public about what they thought needed to go in H&S space. Now, whether or not the public wants H&S in there is a different conversation. That's what these public meetings are all about. But there wasn't a lot of design choices to make there. And the rest of the space is a large community meeting room. There's only so much you're going to do there. And we've had some conversations with senior groups, and I presented this project to the. We do a large business appreciation breakfast in May with 180 business representatives from all over town. We talked about this project. We didn't get to talk about it in a lot of detail because I ran out. I got about 15 minutes at the end of that breakfast after our keynote speaker and jammed in a lot of information. But I think from our perspective, we felt like we talked about it a lot. I presented it at Rotary group meetings and senior group meetings, and we talked about this project. In my mind, it seemed like lots of folks knew about it. I readily accept that we can always do more outreach. I used this example when we did the tour. We took a tour of H&S. The H&S did a great job organizing, and that the mayor was involved in helping to set up for some local businesses here in downtown Berthoud. During that tour, I used this example back when we did the emerald ash borer treatment program the first time, 4 or 5 years ago. Town staff hung door hangers on people's doors in the affected area. We put it in our newsletter. We put it on social media. It was in the newspaper. It was on our website. And a handful, we talked about it many times in public meetings. And as soon as we started treating trees and putting ribbons around the trees in downtown, we started getting complaints. How come I didn't know about this? Why didn't the town do more public outreach? I should have known about it. And that was actually, we even got some of those complaints from people who got door hangers on their front door. So, I recognize we can always do more outreach. I'm not opposed to that. I think sometimes we talk about stuff a lot in these meetings and in other places. And frankly, I think we just forget that not everybody knows everything that goes on in town.
Yeah, thank you. And this one is for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the community is concerned about the size of the possible project.
Mm-hmm.
So could you please, and it's not a negative comment,
No.
could you please tell us what you do? What are the possibilities? Why are you asking for so much space?
That's a very good question.
And this is going to be my question too. Could you just tie into that? First, could you also introduce yourselves too? I know.
Oh, yes.
But
I'm
also,
so sorry.
Could you speak to the original size too, the original footprint that over at your last location too? If you
you mean
remember
Grace
it.
Place,
No,
or the one that we were going to build
right.
on Welch?
Right, that was.
Yeah, that was the same. I'm Cherry Houle, Executive Director of House of Neighborly Service in Berthoud and Loveland.
And I'm Diane Frick. I'm our Berthoud Program Manager.
So before I speak to the space, just a little bit about your previous question, just so that gets on the record. We've been here in Berthoud for 36 years. So I always have to shout out. So it feels like a long time to us. Not that I've been here the 36 years. However, we were 28 years hosted in the First Presbyterian Church. And I always like to shout them out. We were asked to come down, and they're the ones that opened up the church. And then when we built a life center in Loveland, it's on our records that the town asked H&S, they said, can you build a life center in Berthoud? That was over 8 years ago. And so what happened at that time, we couldn't do that. So it was Grace Place that said, hey, why don't you come to our space, open 2 days a week, and then you have enough space to have the life center model. So we do have other partners there, and that's the life center model. And so we've been working on this for years to try to figure out how to build a life center. What we do, so we're all about, we were created 64 years ago in Loveland by the churches to be caring neighbors, to help neighbors in need when they go through crisis. So we have a food room that allows our neighbors in Berthoud. Loveland services are a little bit more restrictive, but in Berthoud they're able to come twice a month and get a week's worth of groceries. So, and those are meal-based. So they were designed by CSU, so we put together meals, 21 per person. So they come in and get that week's worth of groceries. And then they also can get clothing. They have to come to Loveland to get clothing because we have a clothing boutique there. We give out prescriptions and fuel if they need fuel. We're trying to prevent homelessness. If you don't want homelessness in your community, which is noble, that's noble. Nobody wants to see people homeless. But you must have a prevention plan in place, a plan of stability so that when crisis hits, because they head towards homelessness if they lose their utilities, if things get bad. So we're trying to prevent that. So they come into us, we give them resources, we get them stabilized, and then we connect them. The Life Center model, which we have other nonprofits, the Life Center model is all about connecting them to other resources. Our team, our caseworkers, our resource navigators, our family navigators, all know the other nonprofits. So they're problem solvers. And many times you need connection to that. So the Life Center model is about going across the hall and meeting and being introduced to another partner agency. The footprint, here's what we're running into now. We designed this footprint not to last for the need now. It's designed for the next 10 to 20 years because you are a growing community. And what's happening to my team, we are so grateful. I have to say this over and over again. Thank you, Grace Place. We are so grateful for them hosting us for free. It's been amazing. 2 days a week. 645 residents utilize this to the tune of about 7,600 plus services a year, and it increases about 12% recently. Sometimes before that, 20%, 30%. So it's been increasing. They come in on average 11 times a year. What happens to us is my team sets up and tears down everything. And we're talking and I can let you speak to this a little bit, but the setup and the tear down of this on a regular basis is unsustainable for the near future. And from a health department, which the health department comes and inspects us since we give out food, and our team weighs everything. They weigh it in, they weigh it out. They're very responsible with the food. And so we're getting to a point that we need a food room. Our food team right now has to store things in Loveland and drive their own cars back and forth to transport the food, and then they have to make sure they're doing it properly. So we have a lot of logistics that right now are not efficient. and actually are not sustainable. So we as an agency have to figure out how we get into a space that is big enough, especially for the emergency plan. If anything happens to your community where you need food or where you need clothing, that's what H&S, that Life Center, can help provide, that immediate emergency. It can be a drop-off zone. Our team knows how to separate food, they know how to store it, and they also know how to distribute it efficiently. So they can scale that down, scale that up. Our food room manager in Berthoud is amazing, Krista. Our one in Loveland has been doing it for 22 years. She's an expert. She's incredible. So we would like to get a food room here. We'd like to get a clothing room so that our clients here can get those resources. Do you want to speak to any of that?
I'd also like to point out that 5% of Berthoud residents are actually clients of H&S. 5% of your residents, and that's only growing. Cherry mentioned the growth within the past couple of years, and it's actually at a rate of about 13.8 or 14%. And with that growth rate, we want to ensure that our neighbors, that your community members are able to not only get resources and get things within crisis, but get preventative resources to keep them out of crisis. And that is one of the biggest things that we pride ourselves on, is connecting with people, not just at those worst moments, but connecting with them so that they're able to stay at a sustained place. And that is one of the biggest pieces, which is why our location in Grace Place, like Cherry said, it's wonderful. We're so blessed. They're a true hero, and it's not incredibly sustainable. Not only do we take out our tables and our chairs, our computers, our printers, everything comes out every Tuesday and Wednesday, but that also includes any type of food processing we do, which is not much. We can't take bulk items like the Loveland location can. We can't break those down into smaller items. So those bigger donations, we put on our community carts, but our community food carts for those who come in and just might need a little supplement, whether it's client or other community members, that all gets put away at the end of every single day and gets taken out at the beginning of every single day. Any donations that we receive, any food bank runs and drop-offs that we received, all has to be broken down and packaged day of to sustain this community. And we work hard and we work diligently, but that growth is imminent because it's current, but it's imminent. And without that growth footprint, it's not sustainable for your community. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Follow up on that. So the sort of different rooms that you're talking about, that's you guys, yes?
The blue section is us, and those offices. So we've got a food room, we've got a clothing room, we have case working offices. So we have family navigators who work with families. So we will have offices so that clients can go in. Right now they're more in open space and can be heard, but ideally you want to have them in offices so that they can share privately.
So follow up on that.
Yeah.
Could you be a little bit more specific on what kind of other, who would the subleasees be? What kind of services would you be expecting for them that need the extra space that you guys are not able to provide?
Absolutely. Currently, we are in conversations with veterans groups. We had that local VFW command here in Berthoud. We've had conversations about their spatial needs. Raft is another conversation, and they have actually put in a letter of interest to be in that facility, bringing more of our community members to downtown and to places that they need to be. Disabled Resource Services is currently a partner that has decided to join us in that new location as well. They reach out to multiple households and individuals who have disabilities of all kinds. The Office on Aging is another one of our partners that comes down twice per month and are looking to, actually, they have intent to have space in that building as well for our seniors. Counseling in that building. We currently have 2 counselors that serve every Tuesday at the Grace Place location. And they already have a letter of intent to be within that space. VITA, which is a tax service, free tax services, that's in our Loveland location. And they have offered to be in that space as well during the tax season. We have 2 UC Health and Medicare assistants and people who work with Medicare and getting clients hooked up and understanding their rights and their plans. Chuck Peabody, another gentleman named Art, and they come in once per month each as well. We have we're following up with conversations with different organizations that deal with families and children, such as Abbey Care, which is an organization that works with family who need in-home care services and CNA services for family members. ARC, which also works with special needs, but also families who have to get resources out there. They want to have a brick and mortar location and want to expand down in different areas, and they're looking as well. We're having more conversations with an organization called All for Kids, which is an organization that does in-home OT, PT, and speech. And they are currently down in Denver offices and want to expand up to Berthoud, Red Feather, and Estes Park. Those were their 3 labeled cities and towns that they wanted to be part of. And we're having conversations with them because they're incredibly interested as well. We've spoken to the expansion of other in-home service organizations to be within that footprint, as well as some from Fort Collins, such as Jacob Center, because they do classes and they run certain groups and things for families and for community members. And they want to potentially have space there as well. That's flex office space so that they can expand their footprint down into this area, as well as the growing need for families is there.
Thank you, guys. That's all I have for now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a question. If there were to be a delay on this project or a denial by the board, what would H&S's position on that be?
If there were to be a delay, it would be helpful if it wasn't too long, just because of our pending grants and the fact that we've also hired fundraisers. So we've actually hired philanthropic experts, and they are fundraisers who are working on this to reach out to grantors that we've never even heard of. So they're expensive, but it's worth it. And so they are on our payroll, and that's pricey. So any delay, they're still on our payroll. So we'd have to make some decisions on that. And it could possibly jeopardize grants if we stay too long in a pause. If it's denied, we're going to have to figure out how to get a space somehow, and we have land. So we do have land still. That's for sale. We were planning to. It's currently for sale, and we have a realtor, and we're planning to put those proceeds into this facility. And we'd have to come up with a plan B, and we're pretty used to coming up with different plans and pressing through. So yeah, but regardless, I say this all the time to you guys, or I want to say this, and to the community as well. I want to say, regardless of what happens, we're in this community and we want to stay in this community. We're here to serve a community, not to lead it, not to cause disruption. We're here to serve your community members. And we think that it's very important that you not make crisis taboo. I always say it doesn't send you a calendar invite. It hits when you least expect it. And many times you could be in a position where you think, not me, and you find out, oh, it's me, or it's my kids, or it's my grandkids. So where's a safe place that they can go? Where's a place that they can be cared for? That's what we're all about, not just services, but we are about compassion. We are about dignity and honor. We're about listening to understand and then getting them connected, because we think hope nowadays actually has to be inspired. And we're the team to do it. And it's the volunteers that are here. It's a caring neighbor movement. You've got many of those caring neighbors, probably almost all of you are caring neighbors in one way or another. You've given food, you've given clothing, you've given a donation, you've volunteered. It's a movement that keeps going for year after year after year, and it has a positive energy in a community. So it's hopeful, lovely, and the Life Center, come and visit it. We'd love to give you a tour.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Trustee Brody.
Yeah. Could you just kind of break down, you said the percentage of the population that utilizes your services currently. Mm-hmm. How does that break down from utility shut-off assistance, prescription assistance, tonnage of food, tonnage of clothing, those type of things.
Absolutely. I can't necessarily speak to what the percentage of each one of those that is receiving that, but what I can tell you is that in utility bills, up until, and I'm speaking for 2005, just this year, the total in utility bills that we have given has been $28,574 to community members.
To a number of citizens potentially. You have a ballpark on that.
An average. I do have that in my other stuff. I do have that, but what I can tell you is that we have those families, individuals, utility assistance. So, I don't have the number of exact families because honestly, here in Berthoud, we do give either 3 months of utility assistance or 3 separate bills. So if you were to break that down into each person, some person might use $97 per bill and another might use 300 and something. It depends on the bill that we have. But we do have that partnership with the town as well so that we can serve those in need. When it comes to food distributed, to date, we have distributed 39,121 pounds to Berthoud alone. And for food baskets, I'll give you just September's, that's 89. And we're only open 2 days per week. 89 food baskets to households who need food. We do have in 2025, we had 4,051 individuals that was served, and then 201 households assisted in September alone. And that's without the food baskets. In September, I do have a breakdown of those food baskets, but 10 utility bills so far in September alone. We also have 80 food deliveries, and those are to homebound seniors, but that also does not include the in-person well visits where people come in and get that check-in with people in that connection, and that is estimated at 576 seniors that utilize our facility for those check-ins and those services. So that's kind of a small breakdown of what that looks like. Yes.
I'll add that food is our number one service. Food is absolutely our number one service.
So in your current location, you're restricted to 2 days a week, and obviously the logistics of moving it in, moving it out, because the rest of the time it's church.
Correct.
What type of capacity do you see those numbers increasing by being able to operate, 5 days a week or 6 days a week or whatever your operation is?
Yeah, we'd actually be 4 days a week, just like we are in Loveland. So we'd be doubling, and we'd see the need grow probably. There's a lot of people that probably can't get in because we're only open 2 days a week. So even having that, expanding our hours, it would be 9 to 5, Monday through Thursday. So we definitely probably see it increase even for the population increase. So that's what's happened in Loveland. As a whole, we give out almost $900,000 worth of food a year. So food by far is the number one resource, and it's important for the community to be able to have some way to give that out. Your Berthoud residents can't possibly sometimes drive up to Loveland and go to the food bank. And we're only giving out a week's, remember. When she says food basket, that's a week's worth of groceries that we're giving. We are a part. So we're not providing groceries for everybody every single week.
And they're limited to 2 distributions.
Correct.
Per family, per
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to add too. Also, on top of the mobile food bank that only comes down once per month, H&S is currently your only food distributor that does that and has this type of model as well.
Thank you.
I have one more.
Trustee Wing.
Chris, if you could just clarify this, because this is what I received a lot of emails on, and not to make it all about financial, but if we're laying out in our budget $4.5 million, and then we would turn around and sell this for $215,000, could you connect the dots on that? Because it's not an apples to apples scenario. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, and I think if we could illustrate maybe some revenue projections and other things about that money, I think that would really help Sorry.
Yeah. Again, I think from our perspective, we actually, this is a very unscientific and frankly kind of market-driven way to come up with that calculation. The $215,000 basically represents 19,000 square feet of the. If you take the entire site, 1.66 acres, and divide that number of square feet into 2.9 million. Or excuse me. Now I'm gonna get. I don't know why I feel very tired all of a sudden. Anyway, it was a fairly unscientific calculation, to be honest. It also, again, I think it represents the town's a portion of the town's expense. I look at it as that $750,000 in town funds that was spent. Again, we can count the federal grant funds as town funds if you want to. That's fine, but a portion of that, knowing that we're going to maintain. The majority of the site is the town's, the parking lot for public parking, and then a good chunk of the building for community rooms and retail uses. It's a very low number, I think, intended to represent, again, a portion of the funds that we paid out of the town's coffers and the investment that H&S is making. But I wouldn't say it was a highly scientific calculation.
Thank you.
Any other question?
I had a couple more. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
please.
Can you let us know how many staff and volunteers are going to be housed in this Berthoud Life Center?
Well, it depends on the size, but we right now currently down in the Berthoud, we have 5 staff members down. Four staff. And we have 25 volunteers?
25 volunteers.
Perfect. I would say we're going to have to at least double those volunteers. We have volunteers for a food space and the services, but not for a clothing room in our Loveland Life Center, which is 3 times the size in the food room and 3 times the size in the clothing. But it takes almost 45 to 50 volunteers in each one of those areas just to pull off a week's worth of labor. So I would say you're going to need 50 volunteers total, and we will possibly double our staff.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then, real quick, just to follow up with Trustee Murphy's question, or Pro Tem Murphy's question, about if the deal fell through and you guys had to consider building on the property you already own, what is the time frame in your projections on seeing that through? I know we talked about a $6 million shortfall the last time we met, and so I knew that was pushing this project out to extreme lengths. So I just want to know, do you guys have an idea of projections on what that would do to that plan and how long that would take to see that?
I don't know that we could afford to go back to that plan. It was a $10 million plan, and when we got our fundraisers involved, by the way, they were the ones that suggested we ask for $6 million just by mapping other towns and other services, and but they said $10 million plans are not even being lifted in Denver right now. So people are coming up with creative ways to all do this together. That's why they love the model of so many of the grantors said, thank goodness you're bringing nonprofits together in one space, because it's going to get to a point where they can't afford to be in communities, and especially the newer communities that are growing so fast. But services are critical many times to people getting through their situations. So I don't know that we would go back to that. I do not foresee us. I don't see it in my term of us being to lift a $10 million campaign. That's why when we were invited to this story, into this vision, which I think is very creative, we were very excited about it. And even Chris, I'm going to mention what you mentioned today, that H&S is a team player. We are absolutely a team player, so you guys all need to know this. If you want, H&S needs a footprint that can go into the future and serve into the future. And so that's why that blue space is wise. If we're investing $3.5 million, it's got to go a long ways. So that blue footprint that you see of H&S, that's minimal for us, really. But the red, if you need to have some of that, if the town needs some of that, and you want to create a different, we talk about that and say you have less partners or something, that's at the table because we're team players. We want to make this work, and we're caring neighbors, so we're going to be super kind in this process. So.
Thank you. Could I ask one more?
Yes,
one
absolutely.
more tricky question. One of the biggest concerns that people they have is the faith system that's behind kind of the driving force of H&S. And just what is in place that would protect from any discrimination or anything that would cause someone to feel unwelcome in that space?
One of my favorite questions. I really like this question. We are a Christian organization. And what does that mean for H&S? First of all, we are not a church. So, and the Christian piece is attached to primarily to a statement of faith that our board members have to sign. So our board members have to sign a statement of faith. I do not have to sign one. None of my staff does. None of our volunteers. So many of our volunteers, I have no idea what their faith is or what their belief system is. It has to do with how we serve. So we do not proselytize. We're also held by a federal law for that. When we took this life center that we're currently in Loveland, we took federal funds. We cannot proselytize. So what does that mean? It means that we serve people with love and honor. Honor is a core value of ours. So every single person that comes in, no matter what their sexual preference is, no matter what their faith is, no matter what they look like, no matter what they act like, we are going to find it a great honor to serve them. And we serve in safety, so don't get me wrong, I said act like. We always say this is a safe space. We don't let people scream at you or yell at you or threaten you, so we're not going to let you do that either. So it is a safe space. But this is the part that we're not proselytizing at all, and we don't want anything in the way of services. And my team knows I'm passionate about this. When people come in trauma, you don't know what they've gone through. So when you're giving them food and you start asking them if you can pray for them or do these things for them, many times they'll say whatever you want them to say to get those services. And that's not who we are. We don't want any manipulation in front of the services. You have us in the community. You give to us. You give us resources. You give us funds because you trust us to give those out to the community. And so that's very sacred to us. So we're going to give those out with any manipulation. And finally, I got to say this about the faith. The faith piece is very dear to our hearts because we were founded by churches. So all these churches that founded us, we would not be here today without the church faith community. They hosted us for 28 years and 8 years, and they give to us and they pray for us. So we, as an agency, when somebody comes in and says, I need spiritual help, help me, we have a resource guide, and we send them back to the pastors and the churches, and we redirect them to the faith community because we're busy serving constantly in care, in love. But we care about the faith community, so those churches are dear to us. But that's a clarification on how we serve. So,
thank you.
All right, trustees. Any other questions? If we open it up to public comment. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. This time, opening it up to public comment. If you could come to the front when I state your name. If you could state your name and address, and then if you could also please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And don't take it personally if I have to interrupt you. It's just trying to move everyone has a fair shot at this. Okay, we'll start out with Nancy Bronson.
Hi, I'm Nancy Bronson. I'm a volunteer at H&S. I've lived in Berthoud for 30 years. I've been asked by another volunteer that I work with to read his statement as he couldn't be here tonight.
Nancy, I've never allowed that to read for other people.
Okay.
I could accept that if you want to read that as yours.
I'll just speak from my heart.
There we go. Great. Thank you.
So I walked into H&S about 8 years ago, and I worked. I put my kid through school all through K through 12 in Berthoud, and when I walked in there, I couldn't believe the need of our community. I never realized that so many people needed food, needed prescriptions, gas, just to go to an interview. I was just amazed, and I couldn't leave. And I haven't left, and I won't leave until the day I leave this earth. So that's just, I just love H&S. I love everything we do. I love Berthoud. And I want not to put that stuff in and out every Tuesday and Thursday, because it's hard. It's hard work. And food is heavy. Cans are heavy. And so, yeah, I'm hoping that this will go through. I'll keep it short.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. Mark Morris.
Greetings, Mark Morris, 1134 Rubinet Lane, Berthoud. And also, I happen to be one of the pastors at New Freedom Outreach Center, which is the property immediately to the east of this project. I thought a lot about what I might say tonight, and I could come at this from a lot of different angles. And I've had the opportunity to talk with some of you over the last year or so. Some of you may recall I'm one of the guys that stood up at the end of the meeting in August, and I said, "Holy cow, $6 million bucks? $6 million bucks. That's a lot of money." But my point that night was I asked you to be creative and to think outside the box. And I just want to compliment my town that I love for essentially doing that. That a solution for a need was found, and we're very close to the finish line. Here's my comment, though, as a former police officer. The work that H&S does is absolutely admired in communities all over the state of Colorado. That's what I do now as an outreach pastor. I travel around the state and I work with pastors and ministry leaders all over the state. And I love bragging about my town. And I always talk about the heart of Berthoud is a heart that cares about everybody. And most of our citizens here, like me, have been pretty blessed in life and aren't aware of the need. But in a way, that speaks to some of the concerns that what H&S does, it does so well, so professionally, so efficiently, that often the greater community isn't even aware of it. That's a fact. There are towns the size of ours throughout the state of Colorado that would love to have this capability. And it's delivered with a kind of dignity that is awesome. If you've never been up to H&S, I urge you to go visit. I urge you to talk to people who volunteer there. This is an asset that we have in our community. And anything we can do to persuade those who may be on the fence about this, I'd love to talk at greater length. But I think I've said my piece, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Michelle White.
I'm Michelle White. I live at 610 Bristlecone Court here in Berthoud, and I lived here for 26 years. I also work at House Nightly Service, and I've worked there 6 years with the Parents as Teachers program. But that's not why I'm here today. Some of you may know me as Miss Michelle. I ran a preschool in my home for many years. I also raised children with some of you in this room. My parents live with me as well, lived with me for 20 years. Some of you know my dad by Mr. Will. And those of you who don't know him by name will probably remember him for the man who walked with his cowboy hat and his stick in his hand. Unfortunately, for the last year, he's not been able to walk his normal route. But Dad is fighting dementia. And started slow. But this summer, the light dimmed and our situation changed. My mom had to make some really hard decisions and decided to retire early. And a lot earlier than she planned, so she could stay home with him. Now they're on a fixed income. One of the first places they went was Birthday Life Center. They helped him problem solve, gave resources, helped supplement food, and gave gas vouchers so they could get to their doctors in Fort Collins. My mom has said many, many times how thankful she is to have help right here in Berthoud. And she says Elizabeth is the best thing ever. Fortunately, my mom has a car and can drive, but many of our seniors cannot. Having a walkable life center that is centrally located in downtown is not just a convenience, but it is vital to our seniors. I cannot tell you how thankful I am to have caring people walk alongside my family during this new life challenge. In closing, I would like to say that everyone in this room is one situation away from needing help. My hope is that the Berthoud Life Center is downtown to support your family when this happens. Thank you.
Jessica Jones.
Hi, Jessica Jones, 585 North 1st Street in Berthoud. When we talk about the House of Neighborly Service, we're talking about serving our neighbors. The folks who work in our schools, stock our grocery shelves, care for our kids, and serve in our local businesses. When our neighbors' basic needs are met, people don't just survive, they thrive. And when they thrive, they give back, they volunteer, they support local businesses, and strengthen the fabric of our community. I'm with Berthoud Habitat, and as a nonprofit professional, one of the most exciting aspects of the Life Center is its commitment to affordable, shared space for nonprofits. We cannot do our work in silos. We need each other to reach every corner of this community. For Habitat, the community room will mean a place to host homeowner education classes, connect with families dreaming of an affordable home, and provide resources, even to those who may not qualify for our program yet. It allows us to meet people where they are and walk alongside them towards stability. This space will be vital as we work to secure a home of our own in downtown Berthoud. I know that there's been some concern about the rental rate for nonprofits. Unlike private landlords, H&S isn't charging rent to make a profit. It's being reinvested in the services that directly help families in this community. It's a win-win. Nonprofits get space they can afford, and H&S gets the steady revenue they need to keep serving families in Berthoud. This model fosters a sustainable ecosystem of care in our community. Tonight, I ask that you continue to move forward in your support of the Life Center within the Sunoco building. It's a chance to invest in the people who make Berthoud strong and to build a community that reflects the values that I know that we share. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Hersman. Apologize if I got that wrong. Okay, okay, no problem. Yeah. Just wanted to show you're here. Yeah, awesome. present. Okay. All right. It's a good point. You don't have to speak if you signed up here. So, Kay Kohler.
Hi, I'm Kate Kohler, and I live at 700 Salt Tops Court, Berthoud. We're just outside of city limits, but that's not our fault. We've lived there about 5 years now. I've got family history here in Berthoud. My grandfather had many businesses in Berthoud over from about 1970 until he passed away in 1998. We love this community, and that's the reason that we moved here. Tonight, I want to start first of all by thanking each and every one of you for everything that you do. You guys are vital to our community, and you guys have done an amazing job, and I just want to thank you. Also, to be transparent, I'm also on the board at House and Neighborly Service. I worked at House and Neighborly Service for about a year during COVID, and when my businesses were shut down, we have short-term rentals, and we were pretty much shut down, and it was kind of weird for a while. I don't know if you remember that. And then once things opened back up, I couldn't no longer commit to regular hours at H&S, so I was asked then to join the board. So I've been on the board for 3 years now, and 2 of those years I've served as vice president of the board. As you know, I wrote this myself. I'm not reading it from somebody else. As you know, the majority of our clients that we serve in Berthoud are housed. I think 96% is what I heard last. So 96% of the people that we serve are already living in homes. These people are our neighbors. They could be our friends. They could be our family members. They don't always talk about it. If I was getting services, I might not go and tell everybody, but they might be living right next door to some of us. These are valued members that have needed a little bit of additional support because of things that have happened to them. Sometimes it's medical things. Sometimes it's a loss of a job. There's a lot of different reasons why they need help to remain in their home. The town of Berthoud has supported us for a lot of years. And with your help, we've already been able to come alongside these valuable community members and give them a step up, because that's what we do. We give them a step up so they can stay in their home. And we've had many success stories. I remember when I was working as a client counselor talking with clients, they said there was no way that they'd be able to stay in their homes without the help of H&S. There are many testimonies of how H&S has helped clients to remain in their homes and off the streets. Some of that help has come from our town and from other community members. The town has been a part of our story for nearly 37 years here in Berthoud, and I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. We couldn't do it, and we wouldn't want to do it without your support. I also want to say thank you in advance for the help and the support for our expansion and our permanent home here in the downtown Berthoud area.
Ms. Kohler, we've hit our 3-minute mark here.
Am I at my 3 minutes?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I like to talk.
It's all right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank
But
you.
what I want to say is just thank you, and thank you for your support.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Folks, I hate nothing worse than cutting someone off, especially you guys been around that night. So I'm very sorry to have to do this, just to be fair. Bruce Fickle.
Good evening. Don't you take a break? Really? So for the past 50 years, I've been earning my living by talking. And my father gave me a lot of good advice.
Mr. Fickle, do you mind stating your name and address just real quick?
Sure. Bruce Fickle, 4009 Roaring Fork Drive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the best advice he gave was when I was sitting beside him as town attorney and he was the mayor. And he said, don't be telling us what we can't do. Tell us how we can do what we want to do. And I think you guys have done a great job of trying to find out what you can do for this community. The Larimer County Assessor has told me that I have $1.3 million of real estate within 2 blocks of this center. Diane and Chris, I think, have done a great job of saying this is going to make something of an asset to this community and my net worth. So I am totally in support of this. You heard tonight that $1 of public investment generates $18 of private. Let's do this, people. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Next, Nate Cawthorn.
Nate Cawthorn, 102 East Indiana Avenue, Berthoud. I am going to speak as a representative. I'm also one of the pastors of New Freedom Outreach Center. We are the direct neighbors to the east of the Sunoco building. We've been there for 10 years, and we have watched the Sunoco building with great interest for those 10 years. There have been times where one of the renters dealt in hemp, and the great portion of the north end of that parking lot was filled with huge black bales of hemp for months at a time, which created a wonderful smell in our parking lot and in our downtown area. We have watched this, I'm going to call it an eyesore, to the beautiful downtown that is Berthoud. Berthoud has this Mountain Avenue street that is the hub, the center of this town. And the businesses, the buildings, the old town, it's beautiful, it's amazing. And the development that is planned both across the street from us in the old skate park and also for the Sunoco building, man, that brings that beautiful downtown across the train tracks. And it just brings the value of Berthoud up greatly. We look forward to welcoming, I'm not even going to speak to HNS. We've known them for so long, and what they say they do, they really do. We have watched that walked out for years, and they are faithful with that. There's no deception there. It boggles my mind that we would need to plead for an organization like that who wants to simply help the community, to be in the community. The community needs this, and they use it. And as a pastor who is connected with people in all areas of this community, the prosperity in this community is great, but the need in this community is also great. And they serve that need brilliantly. The plan that you have, that I saw, the drawings that the architects provided, if it looks anything like that, that's going to raise value greatly. And we look forward to being the neighbor to that. Also to those businesses that are going to be in there. And we have a cafe, and we welcome those businesses and would love to patron those businesses. They're only going to be open Monday through Thursday, which opens that parking lot up for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday downtown Berthoud parking, which is brilliant. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. Mark Sexton.
Stiff. My name is Mark Sexton. I live at 619 Mountain Avenue here in Berthoud, apartment number 3. I came to you tonight because I receive services from House of Neighborly Services. I've worked in the oil field driving a truck, and I still needed help with food. I'd go when they were in Loveland. I went up there. I went to them when they were at the church, and I've seen how they've grown and what they've become. When I was assaulted and almost killed, I was going through a recovery process, and they were there if I needed resources or if I needed help or direction in finding something that would help me out in this case. As I recovered and I was almost healed, my wife had a stroke, paralyzed left side, so I'm her caretaker. House of Neighborly Service, they provided services and directions for me to go so I could find the help and not get depressed and down and hopeless and everything else. It was a place that I could go. And now, when I see what Berthoud has become, I've lived here 13 years, and I see the beautiful work that you guys have done in trying to keep this a beautiful town, and it's called the Garden Spot for a reason. But what I also see when I come in on the east side of Berthoud, I'm driving into an old slum town. And then I go across the tracks, and wow, it's a whole new town. If we could get this section started and going, I know that it would improve the services that the House of Neighborly Services desperately wants to provide. I remember all embarrassed and concerned because of my electric. And I called them, and I was real sheepish. And I mean, I said, I've got a problem here. And I handed them my bill. You know what? They took that bill from me, and not one person looked down on me. They came beside me. They said, Mark, we can take care of this for you. And the next day, I got the notice that it was taken care of. This service is a shining star, and I'll tell you, you guys want to make good investments. If you make an investment into House of Neighborly Service, I'm sure there's going to be other communities that are going to come to you and say, wow, you have a concern for your people.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Sexton.
you have a concern for the town.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you
allowing
very
me
much.
to speak.
Thank you very much. Linda Hirsch.
So I won't go 3 minutes, I promise. I'm going to read. Okay, my name is Linda Hirsch, and I do have a bit of history with the town of Berthoud and the House of Neighborly Service. I've lived here since 1982, and I was actually the Berthoud manager of the House of Neighborly Service from 1994 until I retired the first time in 2016.
Linda, do you real quick mind stating your address? Thank you.
904 East County Road 4.
Thank you.
And it's Berthoud. I live south. I'm just a little bit out
Thank
in the
you.
county.
This is all legally done, just for the record. We have to do that.
Okay,
Thank you very
okay.
much.
All right. I am certain all of you know those were the years of exponential growth in population as well as in the services provided by H&S. House of Neighborly Service outgrew the wonderful facility at First Presbyterian Church and then moved to Grace Place in 2017. And now it has almost outgrown that home and is ready for a final rebirth into the Berthoud Life Center. Berthoud is a vibrant town. It has grown 41% since the 2020 census. With growth and changing economic situations, H&S serves a rapidly increasing and diverse group of people. As a first-class town with awesome people, it is only right that Berthoud should have first-class opportunities and services available to all of its residents, and that includes those experiencing hardships and difficulties. The Life Center, House of Neighborly Service, and its partner nonprofits will be a model showcase of innovative solutions. And to end, I'll paraphrase with a quote often attributed to Gandhi. The measure of a society is how it treats and provides services for its most vulnerable. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Gail Schumacher.
Gail Schumacher. I live at 3055 Piper Glen Drive in Berthoud. I've been a Berthoud resident since 2003. While I'm not a native of Colorado, I've thoroughly enjoyed being an involved citizen since moving here. When we moved from Minnesota to Colorado, we had to reconnect to many things like electricity, water and sewer, trash pickup service, internet, and the list goes on. If you've ever moved, you know this. I've been imagining what it could be like if you were living your life in the place you call home when a major life event happens. You lose your job. You lose your significant other. They leave, they die. Your car needs a major repair. These are all just possibilities. Or you find yourself diagnosed with a serious life-threatening disease and cannot work. What would you do? In order to keep a roof over your head, you would realize you might need some assistance. Like me, you may not know where to go to find any type of help. You ask friends and neighbors where to go and quickly learn that you need to go to many places to figure this out until someone tells you that you could go to one place to be supported in your current situation. Imagine your relief. They tell you H&S is a place where they have several ways to assist you. You're not sure if your income will cover your electric bill this month. The Life Center can help. Your kids are struggling in school. H&S has free tutoring available. Your elderly mother needs a ride out to her out-of-town appointments that you can't accommodate. The Life Center could put you in touch with RAFT, rural alternatives for transportation, in case you weren't sure. You need a different job. The Life Center has people to connect you to for possible training or resume help. All of the life changes in your life have left you feeling anxious and emotionally drained when you think about your future. There's free counseling available through H&S. Shameless plug, my husband is one of the people who wants to move in. Groceries are getting more expensive, and you can only buy so much. H&S has food, tons of it, as you've heard, and some supplies for you. All of these services are available in the Life Center and H&S in Loveland. Some are available at the Life Center and H&S in Berthoud. But we are outgrowing this space at Grace Place, as you've all heard, and they've generously given us that space for 8 years. I'm a past and current volunteer at H&S. I recently became a board member. This organization is here to prevent homelessness and stabilize residents in the situations they're in. They are not providing shelter. They are cooperating with people in need to help them get back on their feet. What happens to one of us could happen to any of us.
Ms. Schumacher, we've hit our 3 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you very
I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kimberly Wilhelm.
My name is Kimberly Wilhelm. I live at 336 Spring Beauty Drive here in Berthoud. I'm, of course, speaking today to voice some concerns about the lease and purchase option for the Sunoco building. I'm actually really happy that people started bringing attention to this project because I didn't know that it was, up to the point of talking about a lease and things like that. And for me, my concerns are not with H&S. It's been really discouraging, actually, for me as a resident to ask questions and see people attack people for asking questions about this. The current draft of the lease, which I know you've started to address that in your presentation today, so thank you, because I know so many of us reached out about it. There are no protections currently for downtown Berthoud. We also had a Main Street presentation before that talked about how important our downtown businesses are. As a resident of Berthoud with a young family, I want to talk about how great all of the different community events are here. And a lot of those are led by our downtown businesses. Things like Flapjack Day that just happened, our art walk, the upcoming Trick or Treat Street, those are all done by downtown businesses. So yes, I'm definitely not against the services that H&S offers. To be clear, I grew up very poor. And I understand the importance. But I also think that as you go through these negotiations, as you look at this lease and you go through all the information, you have to make sure that you are protecting our downtown economic hub. It is so very, very important. And as I went through all of the documentation, I found myself so very concerned that that was not happening. And I understand that a lot of those concerns have started to be addressed. And again, I appreciate that. And I appreciate you all listening to people flagging these concerns. But please take the time to really dive into the documents. Take the time to make sure you're protecting our downtown. Thank you so much for your time.
William Higby.
William Higby, live at 2317 West County Road 8. I currently still use H&S out of Loveland. Been of great help for my growing family. I have quite a large family, 6 kids. Do everything I can to provide for them. Don't always get to meet that end. There's still a lot to do at the end of the day, end of the month. We get clothing from the Loveland location for my now 22-month-old. Just helps, and then we get to put, give, get, and then we get to give it back. We do that a lot, so we can redonate to new families. I'm a bus driver. Summer hours are really tough. This year has been a little tougher than normal. Moving out here to Berthoud, we moved in April, and we had to use their some of their utilities assistance, and then also get some more new clothing for my growing teenage boys. Shoes were very helpful, things that I haven't been able to provide that I would like to. So having somewhere close, not that Loveland's far, but when everything is tight, everything gets tight, and you're pinching pennies everywhere you can and get where you can to go so you can go to work, so you can still provide, and then your family can go get that taken care of. So much closer is is huge, and I think community. It's all about helping the community. Right? If we're not a community for each other, then what are we? We're not really anything. We're just people floating around. I think the community is what makes our country great. Keeping all together and helping each other. If you don't help, then everything just goes away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor,
yes.
I move to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Deanne Mulvihill.
I'm going to take a break.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Welcome.
I'm Deanne Mulvihill. I live at 1504 Chokeberry Street here in Berthoud. Good evening. I'd like to speak in support of the town's current plan for the Sunoco building. I believe it's a thoughtful approach that balances the needs of our community with the opportunity for growth. The proposal creates space for retail businesses and restaurants in the front, an event center, venue in the back, and just as importantly, a place for House of Neighborly Service. That combination makes sense for Berthoud. Here's why. House of Neighborly Service is not just another tenant. It's a lifeline. We know that emergencies happen, job loss, medical bills, car trouble. Without support, one unexpected crisis can put an entire family at risk. H&S steps in at those critical moments, keeping families stable, children safe, and workers able to stay in our community. And that matters for our businesses too. We all want Berthoud to thrive with vibrant shops and restaurants, but those businesses need employees, and employees need to be able to live here. If we push out services like H&S, we make it harder for working families to afford to stay and live in Berthoud. Supporting H&S is actually supporting the business community. It's also important to recognize current business demand. This year, only 4 businesses have inquired about locating here. 2 have already found spaces, and there is not an urgent line of businesses waiting to start a business in the Sunoco building. What is urgent is making sure we have the right mix of services and opportunities that strengthen the whole town, not just one sector. By including House of Neighborly Service alongside businesses and an event center, the town buildings balance economic growth, community support, and a space for people to gather. That is exactly the kind of development that makes Berthoud unique and keeps us strong. I urge us to move forward with the town's proposal, which, by the way, has been shared very well, and thank you for all the times you've shared it. Chris, appreciate that. It's practical, it's compassionate, and it's forward thinking. Let's protect our best resources, our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brad Cook?
Brad Cook, 1304 Wilfred Court, Berthoud. I'm here to voice my support for H&S and the new Berthoud Life Center. I first volunteered for H&S 14 years ago when I moved to town, and it was amazing to see the impact on families that had hit a rough spot in their life. These were hardworking families. They weren't homeless. They just needed a little bit of a hand up to get over a rough spot. I was also a member of the Berthoud Community Fund Committee for 9 years. During that time, we received requests for grants annually. We had a set of criteria that we would go through to evaluate who is responsible and who is a worthy candidate for receiving those funds. H&S continually ranked at the top of that list. They met the criteria that had a positive impact on the 80513 area. They help seniors stay in their homes. They help students stay in school. They help young families stay employed and in their homes. They help seniors with food and utility bills. There have been unfounded comments recently about the effect of a Main Street Life Center on homelessness in town. H&S was housed in the Presbyterian Church, as you have heard, for decades without generating a homeless problem in the area. H&S is now housed in Grace Place, and again, they are not surrounded by homeless camps. Any talk of a major change in homelessness at the new Life Center is simply fear-mongering. H&S' primary goal is to prevent homelessness. They provide what they like to call a hand up, not a handout. They keep families stable and in their homes so they can thrive. I see the town contribution to H&S as a similar hand up, not a handout. It should be made clear that H&S is investing $3.5 million in private donations and foundation grants to finish the interior of the building into a functional space that will become a stable nonprofit hub for decades to come. This is a long-term investment in the town's future, and Berthoud residents increasingly need the resources provided by H&S. H&S is a well-regarded, expertly run, and efficient organization, but it is being stretched well beyond the capacity of Grace Place. The partnership of H&S and the town to transform an existing industrial building into a vibrant community hub is an ideal solution to continue these vital services for future generations. I encourage the board to approve the H&S agreement and make the Life Center a reality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Stu Boyd?
Good evening. My name is Stu Boyd. I live at 717 6th Street.
And in addition to the resources that have been mentioned tonight, I'm going to talk with you about some information related to one that's been mentioned but doesn't exist yet, that I think can if this particular partnership goes through. What I'm going to talk to you about grew out of a presentation I heard at a Thompson School Board meeting a couple of years ago. It was presented by the director of the Larimer County Health Department. He talked about a variety of partnerships that the health department had with communities in Larimer County. And as part of his presentation, he told us about a partnership that existed in Fort Collins that had resulted in a teen center. Well, that really turned on a light bulb in my mind, because that's something I think this community has needed for a long time. So I contacted him the next day and asked him if he would be interested in talking with me and some other folks about a need for a teen center, a youth center in Berthoud, and he was very willing to do that. That conversation resulted in a meeting with representatives from the town of Berthoud, from the health department, from the Thompson School District, and from the House of Neighborly Service, because in conversation with Ginger Tomasi, who was Diane's predecessor, I knew this was something that was important to HNS as well. Well, that meeting resulted in some feedback sessions at Berthoud High School and Turner Middle School. Berthoud High School with an advisory group, Turner Middle School with their student council, because in early conversations with some of these various folks, we thought, what's the point in pursuing this further if there isn't interest shown from the kids? Well, there was interest shown from this small group of students. So with the help of House of Neighborly Service, a student survey was constructed. The Youth Advisory Council for Berthoud participated in it. A larger number of students from Berthoud High and Turner participated in it. And just let me tell you some of the results that came out of that survey. First of all, most of the respondents were under 16, so keep in mind they couldn't drive. 70% of those kids, 70% of those kids said they would use a teen center in Berthoud if one were available. They were also asked to provide what they thought the teen center should include. And so they registered what those various things were. And I don't have time in my 3 minutes to tell you what those were. But then the next question was really important, and that was, why does Berthoud need one? Remember, these are kids who don't drive, and many of them said, we need one in Berthoud because the cost of going outside of Berthoud is exorbitant.
Mr. Boyd, we've hit our 3 minutes.
All right. So what I would
thank you very much.
Ask for you to do is to seriously consider this as you're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelly Canino?
Hello, I'm Kelly Canino, 716 East County Road 8 in Berthoud. And I'm here tonight to, first of all, thank you for all the information, because a lot of the things I had written down, I got some answers to. So that was really great. And a lot of them weren't out visible to me. So it was good to hear them tonight. All that being said, you know, we're hearing a lot of great stories about HNS. And I got to tour the Loveland facility. It was amazing. I was blown away. My head was spinning with, how can I help fundraise and how can I help do things to do more to help this amazing group? So I'm not opposed to HNS. My questions lies with, and not as a fearmonger, but I'm feet away from the Sunoco building. I have dealt with some pretty scary people. I've had to call the sheriff's department who were homeless, that were hanging around getting food from places. And I don't want to see that grow. So I am concerned about that. I like some of the safeguards that you're putting into place. I don't think it completely gives me confidence that things won't grow or happen. We're still, I know you're saying you're not handing out, but we are handing out. It's not just to Berthoud, it's regional. So people are going to come in from other towns. And so I'm here just to slow it down, folks. Let's answer some more questions. Let's hear all the ins and outs of this proposal. I love making downtown a very vibrant and economical place for our residents where they want to stay and they want to gather and they want to communicate with other people in town. And I can see that with so many businesses. And the restaurant that's going to go up front, awesome. I don't see a place to gather. It's a place for help for HNS. I'm not so sure that it belongs there, but in a different building or something on the outskirts would be my preference. But, I'm not saying anything against HNS. It's amazing. And we all want to help all the people in Berthoud that need that help, which, is low percentage compared to some outlying towns that may just come for help as well. So we just want to see that we're safeguarded against some of these things that we're concerned about. So I appreciate it being slowed down. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen Dower.
Starting my timer for myself. Maureen Dower, 1608 Hollyberry Street in Berthoud, resident for 24 years. I wanted to, Honorable Mayor and Trustees, I'm speaking today to share some thoughts regarding the proposed lease buy agreement with HNS involving the Sunoco property. I wanted to start by commending HNS for their exemplary service and also their remarkably low percentage of their raised funds that go to marketing and fundraising purposes. They're actually outstanding charity. And I wanted to also say that they provide critical support to families and children in our community in myriad of ways. Their work is invaluable, and it feels a need in our local community that our government, our town, is not providing and can't provide. So I want to say I'm in full support of the House of Neighborly Service in our town. My concern is the proposed agreement. In its current form, it may not be the best and highest use of taxpayer dollars as written. Although this project was detailed in a local publication, significant portion of the residents of this town do not subscribe to that publication. Hence the late engagement, just FYI. To expand upon my concerns, the agreement lacks specific deliverables, leases the property at a fraction of the cost to purchase, upgrade, and maintain the building over the long run. In addition, it contradicts the town's own policy stated at a former Board of Trustees meeting that, quote, I am quoting here, the town does not want to become a landlord. And now the town is becoming a landlord. So it's a change in policy. This agreement could be financially and logistically challenging for the community as we move into the future if it's not properly executed. Consider how the town could have used the funds already expended on the purchase of the building for other things such as subsidize worthy community projects, help the residents of the trailer park stay in their homes, thus lessening the burden on HNS. So I urge you not to sign the lease agreement in its current form tonight. Any final agreement must include a reasonable, if discounted, market rate HNS rent, specific deliverables, and ongoing town oversight of all lease spaces to ensure the property can adapt to a growing downtown market, whether that be HNS or commercial. So just was there a competitive bid request from other local nonprofits such as Sister Mary Alice Murphy? Why did we not simply contract with HNS for services and versus this very complex purchase lease buyback process? contract might make more sense. Again, I strongly urge you not to sign this agreement in its current form.
Thank you very
And
much.
find
Dower.
until further public input is obtained. Thank you again for your service, you guys. Have a great night.
Whitney Way.
Hello, my name is Whitney Way. I live at 349 Welch Avenue in downtown Berthoud. My kids go to school in Berthoud. My grandma lives in Berthoud. My aunt, my mom, one of my sisters. And I've owned a business downtown in Berthoud for 13 years. Tonight, I'm going to speak about square footage and footprint. I want to focus on the town-owned portion of the Sunoco building. City Star Brewing operates in just over 8,000 square feet. That's across 2 properties. The current concept for the town-owned space in the Sunoco building isn't much larger than my one business. It's too small of a footprint, in my opinion. If we want these uses to succeed and energize downtown, they need room to thrive. Plan now for the commercial space. It can't be an afterthought. Let's identify those commercial partners as well, alongside H&S. Economic vitality and downtown activation were part of the rationale for the town buying the Sunoco building. Even though H&S provides important social services, this will make them the largest entity in downtown Berthoud. That alone will not energize downtown commerce. So a practical way forward, pause, which we're doing, to conduct an economic study and engage the community further. Ideally for all town-owned downtown properties. There's 3 properties, you could do this at the same time. I think you have a few options. If continuing with the current concept, identify the commercial partners, define community need with data, and publish a budget and cost analysis, which the town manager is already speaking to. Another option is to reframe the mix, obtain a right-sized senior use spaces, commercial space, co-working, get creative. I know you need to ensure that the plan stays fiscally responsible. If it doesn't make sense for the town to hold and develop this asset, consider a sale and let private enterprise lead. Please don't sell this building at a tremendous loss. Think this space through. Preserve the long-term vitality of the heart of our downtown. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you everyone who is here tonight.
Thank you very much. Rudy Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. My name is Rudy Taylor, and I live downtown at 609 5th Street. I not only own a residence, but I also own a 10,000 square foot commercial building in the center of downtown. Plus, I own 2 downtown businesses, including Wishful Living, and I'm the founder of a nonprofit headquartered in downtown as well. Much of my family also lives in Berthoud. So as you can see, I am invested both personally and professionally in the community. A few years ago, at the town's annual Berthoud Business Appreciation Breakfast, we learned about an exciting plan to redevelop our downtown. The vision was to create a vibrant, inviting environment that would draw people to our shops and restaurants, and create a lively hub for the entire community. At that time, my business was struggling. I even considered selling my building and closing up. But I told myself, in the next 3 to 5 years, downtown Berthoud is going to be amazing. And I held on to that hope. 14 years ago, I received the Believe in Berthoud Award in recognition for my hard work, investment, and dedication that began the turnaround to our downtown business district. That same year, I also received the Governor's Award for the renovation of my historic building. I share this because my point is simple. I believe in Berthoud. And that's why I have to say this tonight. House of Neighborly Services will not make downtown more vibrant. In fact, I believe putting them in the very center of downtown will be detrimental to our businesses. H&S leadership says they will bring people to town. But let's be realistic. Their clients won't be shopping and dining downtown. When I asked H&S directly how they could support our downtown businesses, that was the only answer they gave, that they'd bring people. And just to be clear, personally, I have donated to H&S and I'm grateful for the work they do, but I do not believe they should be the cornerstone of downtown Berthoud. In the past, I felt respected by our town leaders. I felt my efforts and investments were appreciated. But right now, I feel disrespected. I feel my voice doesn't even matter. The decision to allow HNS to locate their life center downtown will negatively impact the entire town of Berthoud. But it is our downtown businesses that will suffer the most. I remind you, we are stakeholders too. Yet in your negotiations, the only stakeholder included has been HNS. As the 270 Mountain Avenue project moves forward, I only ask that Berthoud community residents and business leaders be brought into the conversation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Rick Rupp.
Hi, Richard Rupp, 534 Fifth Street. I actually wrote something down, and after reading it, I'm going to read it backwards. So with all due respect to the town and House of Neighborly Services, and in accordance with Colorado law, I am requesting that a pause be put in place and no legal documents or agreements are advanced forward until Colorado Common Interest Act CRS 38-33.3-101, known as the Act, has been implemented by the town and understood by all parties in order to be a successful project. For the record, all of you have received this, and I know that it's very, very deep. It's 100 pages. I cannot, the problem that I'm hearing tonight is there's a lot of promises, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, but this document, first of all, it has not been acknowledged by the town that you're moving forward with it, which I do find a little bit disappointing. Some of the documents that I've read are confusing and somewhat contradictory. There was a proposal up here earlier that said, you know, H&S will do this, yet the purchase agreement says they may do this. These are words, I'm sure, as your attorney would say, you know, we got to zero in on this stuff. We have to understand that you guys are the declarant now and a developer, and you're making a condominium. I've been through the process once, and it's a long road to hoe. And when we say stuff, well, we're going to put this in place with the lease so this doesn't happen for the House of Neighborly Services, please understand a condominium is going to be its own government. You can put it into that declaration today, think you checked all the boxes, they can change it. You know, it's their own government entity. So what I'm saying is slow down, take a look at these documents. Please publicly acknowledge that you're going forward under Colorado law to make this a successful project. I've seen, because I've done this once, I've seen the pitfalls just by missing a comma, the wrong word. And the biggest thing I heard tonight was some verbiage from the House Neighborly Services. They said to buy the building. No one's buying a building. All you get when you buy a condominium is airspace. Now, do their investors know that? Does everyone understand that no one's going to own the walls of this building? It's actually a common element, and everyone's going to own a percentage of the liability to maintain this, this condominium going forward. There's a reason people aren't developing condominiums. It's very complex, and I want H&S or House Neighborly Services and the town. I want this to be a successful project. Please look into this document. Please announce that you are going to be following it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sherry Neckers.
Sherry Neckers. I live at 1300 Mount Meeker Avenue. I've been a Berthoud resident for 13 years. I'm also a former employee of House of Neighborly Service. Currently, I serve as the Communications and Operations Director for the Refuge in Broomfield. The Refuge is a nonprofit organization doing much of the same work as H&S. I fully recognize the importance of that work. It is in my bones. However, we adeptly run our programs on a fraction of what the town of Berthoud is asking the taxpayers to subsidize. A few examples. We operate out of a 7,000 square foot industrial space. It's accessible, but it's tucked away from main streets and most big businesses. Out of that 7,000 square feet, we served 725 individuals, actually over that, in 2024, compared to the 645 H&S served in Berthoud. Among other opportunities, we facilitate food distribution for people and pets, provide clothing, housewares, personal care items, have programming for kids and families, and free literacy-focused tutoring for people of all ages. We connect people to relevant community resources. It's similar to H&S. However, we do this by collaborating with over 70 community partners across local government, nonprofit, business, and faith community sectors. 10 are regularly on site in our building. Our partners are willing to literally meet people where they are. We use creative resourcing methods so our guests are able to have their basic needs met in community, rather than always having to come only to us. It's a win-win. Our organizational budget to accomplish all of this, $462,000. Of that, in 2024, 84% went directly to program costs, 15% to administrative costs, and 7% to fundraising. Comparatively, H&S, the budget last year was 76% to program cost, 17% administrative, and 7% fundraising. Again, relatively similar. Funders and partners do value collaboration. They also value responsibility, resourcefulness, and accountability. H&S could be making an outsized ask for a large amount of public funds to work with for work that can be done in a smaller space with a smaller budget. The Life Center model is one way, but it's not the only way. And I ask you to consider just taking time to assess alternative, other person-centered operations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leanne Sanders.
Hi, Leanne Sanders, 201 Hubble Street, Berthoud. I am not here like many to argue with anything that H&S does. They're great. They provide great services. I am more concerned about the town's ability to do its due diligence. I was going to use my time up here tonight to point out some concerning contradictions that were in the documents that were being presented as final documents. Luckily, with the 11th hour withdrawal of the vote, I don't need to do that, but let me give you one example. The presentation said that the town would have the right to approve sublessees. The lease said that they could inspect leases. One is extremely different from the other. Why do we have those contradictions? I would also like to state for the record that I am not super convinced or confident in the town's responses regarding whether ARPA funds can be used when you purchase something and then sell it. That seemed not at all firm. The vote was changed at the 11th hour today because of information that was overlooked and incorrect. And I'm super not convinced about unscientific answers to budget questions. So, like many, I would request simply that we slow down. Trustee Albrecht had a question about, folks' concerns about use, non-use, what H&S can do in the facility. H&S themselves said in their FAQ, the only way that we can guarantee this is if you put it in the contract. And yet the lease that was going to be presented tonight had 0 guardrails in the contract. H&S does great work. Why are we not doing our homework as a town? Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Daly.
Hi, Mackenzie Daly. I live at 620 8th Street in Berthoud. The town signed a significant taxpayer-funded contract for architecture and engineering. It was awarded with 0 competition. That's not just risky, it's a recipe for mistrust. I'm an executive at a design-build firm, and over the past 22 years, I've worked on at least a dozen projects every single year. Public engagement and healthy procurement are where projects succeed, or where trust is lost. In my experience all over the state and this country, I've seen both sides. Transparent processes build confidence. Closed ones invite suspicion, even if intentions are good. We have never handed a $500,000 contract to a builder without bids. Why are we doing it for architecture? Professional services deserve the same level of stewardship, especially with an amount this large. The town guidelines set the current threshold at $50,000, but it's not required for professional services. So while this is not breaking the rule, we did award a contract that's more than 10 times the amount of our limit. And when you total all the line items in the contract, it actually adds up to $604,000. It does not include extra billable hours or reimbursables. It's a big contract. An open process does not have to be low bid. You can still do a best value competitive selection process. It can bring more ideas, it can validate costs, it can engage the public, and protect the town if you need another grant or need to go get bank funds. Skipping this step is another reason that 270 Mountain Avenue looks like favoritism or maybe a backroom deal, even if it's not. Perception matters as much as reality. Use a process that protects the town, the project, and your partners. I feel really bad for Asher. They've put a lot of time into this. If you reopen this up, which is kind of what I think you should do, I really hope they win. But they've put a ton of time into this. They're probably already losing money. A clear process will make it easier for the town and your partners moving forward. I know that I'm not alone in my concerns about this project and the steps taken to date. I believe that a recompete and being open with your procurement is a way that the town of Berthoud can add more transparency and rebuild some trust around this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Bradley Andrews?
Bradley Andrews, 628th Street in Berthoud. I gotta say, I totally value H&S. We donated money to them during COVID. Been a big fan of theirs for a long time. So everything that everybody said today is very heartfelt, and the services provided are amazing. I'm asking what a lot of others before me just did, is slow down. I feel like we're getting into this way too fast. To not have a conceptual budget, even though a conceptual design has been done, is doesn't make sense to me. I'm a vice president at a construction company. We do this all the time. Every day we're doing conceptual budgets for conceptual designs. To come and have you guys possibly sign a lease or agree to assign a lease tonight, even though it's been tabled, without a budget that the town is going to be responsible for, is extremely irresponsible in my eyes. We need to have some type of budget that we're going to... Having $1 million... building a building within a building, as everybody said right now, is going to cost more than $1 million. Has the mechanical systems been checked? Has the electrical systems been checked? Trustee Wing brought up the plumbing. I think, or maybe it was... has any of this been checked? I assume it was when you did your due diligence to find buy the building, but has H&S communicated what type of mechanical systems and electrical needs they need? Has any of this been done? And if it has, why isn't it communicated to us? Because right now we're trying to find information. Because all of a sudden this thing's happening real fast and we don't know. So, same thing. I just want us to slow down and make sure we're spending our taxpayer dollars responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Kelly.
Hi, Corey Kelly, 104 Hummingbird Place in Berthoud. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Corey Kelly, and I'm here to share how the House of Neighborly Services has made a profound difference in my life. A couple months ago, I found myself facing challenges that I could not handle on my own. I had already exhausted my resources, and I needed extra help. As my last resort, and with tears in my eyes, I went to the Life Center and received care. I was met with compassion, dignity, and practical support. Struggling to get by as a single mom and substitute teacher, mostly in Berthoud, I got my real estate license last year and I closed 2 deals. But this year I haven't had any clients, even though I host open houses almost every weekend. I'm doing my best and it doesn't seem to be enough. Thankfully, House of Neighborly Services recently helped me with a few things. They gave me a gas voucher for $30 and they paid my Excel bill a few times. I've been receiving free counseling every Tuesday from Ken, and it's really helping me not to freak out during this trying time. I also received a clothing voucher where I got to choose some clothing from the Loveland Location Boutique. They also connected me with the Guardian Angels, who paid a portion of my rent last month. Since school is back in, I've been subbing, but I won't get paid until October 27th. I've applied at other jobs, but I'm still lacking income. Thanks to House of Neighborly Services for their support and for helping me to become empowered and getting over the hump to some regular pay. I'm hanging in there, determined to overcome my challenges and to continue to serve my community in the ways God wants to use me. I'm standing here today not just as someone who benefits from their services, but as living proof of what happens when a community invests in compassion. The H&S is temporary help for me out of a crisis, and they have renewed my hope. I could have been your neighbor without electricity this summer, or homeless because I couldn't pay my full rent 1 month. They are helping me to get back on my feet. I urge you to support their mission. Because when you support them, you're supporting people like me. I'm really not that scary, okay? And you could be helping your child's teacher to get through a hard summer. Thank you for your time, and thank you for believing in the power of neighbors helping neighbors. God bless this night, and amen.
Nina Winslow.
I'm an average citizen. I'm not involved with H&S, yet I was fully aware of all of this. You've presented this before. You've gone out. You've gone above and beyond, seeking what the needs are in our community, asking people what they need, talking to the youth, talking to the seniors, seeing what things people wanted. And you were visionaries. I am so grateful that you look at the big picture, not just the small picture. So many people talking tonight, and I understand an immediate reaction to things is to look at how it might impact you personally. But you as representatives look at how this is going to affect an entire community. You know, a lot of people want entertainment, or they keep talking about the money, the amount of money being spent. How can you put a dollar amount on people's lives, on your community? And yet you're looking out for the interest of everyone. You're seeing something that could be the greatest asset, or one of the greatest assets to this community, helping people. Also, you took something, and that building has been for sale for years, many, many years. No one wanted to touch it. They weren't about to invest money into that. Had you guys not come up with this vision along with H&S partnering, that would have sat there for years and years more. And yet instead of the businesses that have spoken against this tonight looking at it with gratitude of what you're about to do for that entire end of the town, that's going to bring life, that's going to bring people down there, that's going to change it completely, they just want to criticize. And on Facebook, I've just watched people want to be armchair quarterbacks. They have no idea. And tonight, you did such a great job of explaining the hours and hours and hours and time spent investing into this, looking at all the things you've addressed, even some of the things that are brought up here in the last little bit, you've addressed. You've made that perfectly clear of all of the research that you've done and the time put into it. And I am just so grateful, and I thank you, and I hope that you won't give up the good fight for this community. I thank you that you care more about people than money, even though you've also addressed that it's going to make more money than what you're investing in it. But you care about your citizens, and that's just something that we're all super grateful for. Also, I'll just add that I've been a teacher, a high school teacher for 33 years, and I watch daily. I have students coming all the time that either have a parent die or a medical emergency, things that happen in their lives. And when those crises happen, if they're not addressed, then we have long-term problems. You know, that's where the mental health issues arise. And so you're addressing that. That'll be great for the long term. Thank you
Very much. Is it Roger Rodriguez? I'm sorry if I screwed that up. anyone like a Roger?
You
Roger?
really
I don't
screwed
know.
it up.
Okay. Yeah, pretty sure that's a Roger. So we'll move on. Brian Lack.
He's gone.
Oh man. All right. Melissa Feldbush.
Melissa Feldbush, 311 Hubble Street, Berthoud. Good evening. Thanks for hanging with us. I'm here to advocate for adjusting the square footage of the current design to allocate for more space for small businesses. The project is truly remarkable. As we've heard, it will serve as a vibrant anchor in the heart of downtown, transforming Main Street and strengthening both the social and economic fabric of our community. I fully support this vision. But I believe we're missing a critical opportunity to maximize its impact by dedicating a little bit more space to small businesses. A balanced approach could reserve space for nonprofits, but the majority could also support small businesses to foster a vibrant, social, local downtown economy. The projected metrics of this project, which were stated to be increased foot traffic and economic activity, are exciting. But let's aim higher. By expanding small business space, we can amplify these returns tenfold, ensuring this project delivers transformative economic growth to Main Street. Some have raised concerns about the cost of this adjustment, stating the town can't afford it or other reasons. But I'm saying, let's get creative, just as you did when you structured this deal with H&S. Perhaps you've already done this and analyzed all the data you need to support this layout, but I would propose bringing additional stakeholders to explore solutions that maximize the benefit for our town. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to this project.
Thank you.
Kelly McCauley.
Kelly McCauley, 22, oh my God, forgetting my own address. 2nd Street,
Okay.
Trailer 4.
Thank
I
you.
hear both sides. Everything's great. I'm just asking you to put the brakes on and really have, the lawyers go over the contracts. Is House of Neighborly Services, since we're growing so much, are they going to outgrow that space? Also, what about the traffic? You're putting in a food pantry and all that right across from the firehouse next to the train tracks. Isn't that going to, and it's also Mountain is the main road going to Carter Lake off of 25. So have we done any impact studies on how the facility they want to put in there is going to impact our town? Is it going to bring more people going through Berthoud or not? And I think we just really need to do more studies and have independent studies and really read the contracts. And thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Tiffany Brody.
Good evening. It's been a long one. Thank you for all that you do to serve this community. Tiffany Brody and I reside at 2734 Southwind Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of House of Neighborly Service and the corresponding agreement. I do wholeheartedly appreciate and respect the mission of H&S to help stabilize households and prevent further crisis. Regardless of our socioeconomic status, which can certainly ebb and flow. I'm going to share a personal testimony, so it makes my heart beat a little bit. Our socioeconomic status can ebb and flow throughout this journey that we call life. We really don't know what's going to happen on a day-to-day basis. The reality is that not one of us, the reality is that not one of us is above the possibility of experiencing a financial hardship. Situational crisis is a real thing, even for working families struggling to make ends meet, and I can speak from personal experience. While my husband and I were both working full-time and raising 6 kids then, we've since adopted a 7th, we had no choice but to file bankruptcy in 2008, and we lost our home. Despite the financial crisis at large that happened during that time that we all survived, We experienced feelings of shame and embarrassment, and we didn't tell anyone for even several years what we went through. We had no idea that nonprofits like H&S existed, or even Habitat for Humanity that I'm the executive director for. We had no idea at the time. Had we known, those services would have undoubtedly made a difference and a positive impact on our family. We are collectively called to care for the vulnerable and to be in community with one another, to love and to support our neighbors. Each of us deserves essentials such as food, shelter, and clothing. Let's first seek to understand and act with humility. I love all the questions from both sides of the position. It's all very necessary, and we do need to do our due diligence as a town and the nonprofits seeking to partner with the town. When we work together to make Berthoud supportive and inclusive for everyone, we strengthen families and our local economy. The impact statistics of H&Fs are very compelling and clearly demonstrate the need for the services that they offer here in Berthoud. We do live in a special place. I wish at a time that we experienced the financial hardship that we did, that we lived in a community like this where the residents care and the elected officials do as well. In closing, I do want to extend my sincere gratitude to all involved in making the decision to purchase the property and redevelop the Sunoco building with the intention of providing a needed home for H&S while simultaneously creating impact as well as social and community gathering spaces. Will, you're on my tail.
Thank you, Mrs. Brody.
Thank you.
You have good peripheral vision, I guess, huh? Rosalind Vaughn? Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can get back to her. We'll go to our last one, Rachel Leach. May also be upstairs. Let's give that a 30 seconds here. Hi. Are you Rosalind?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Rosalind, you mind stating your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Rosie Vaughn, and I live at 1035 7th Street.
Thank you.
This was not on my bingo card this year. I don't usually stick my neck out like this, but I felt very compelled to support this. Before tragedy hit my life, I worked at Meta, yes, the platform we have been arguing on, in small business advocacy alongside the economic impact teams. I traveled around the country and presented big events teaching small businesses how to use our platforms. So this is very interesting. At H&S, I first met Ashley, who's the family navigator in Berthoud. She connected me with parents as teachers, then Bridgepoint Counseling, who provided guidance and reassurance and therapy to me in the first few weeks, and it really set my healing journey on the right track. I had never been in any kind of poverty before in my whole life when this occurred. So all of this was new to me, and H&S guided me along the way to all the services. They were also the only social service that I went through, which I went through many in different cities because I didn't know that it existed here, who didn't tell me to go sign up for low-income housing and lose my home. They encouraged me to fight to stay in my home, and I have successfully stayed in my home for 18 months now, and I'm very proud of that. I bought the house that you all didn't want. It sat on the market for 400 days. I'm very proud of it. But but they have been so amazing to me and gone above and beyond to support me and my kids, getting me services. They've written me letters of recommendation. I'm now in college studying to get a law degree, completely changed my paths. I love Berthoud so much. I chose to live here because I thought people cared about their kids and their families and their community. Unfortunately, I've experienced that doesn't seem to be the case with everyone. And I'm here to ask you to really look at who is opposing. Really look at who they are. Really look at what they stand for. They're not affected the way that I am and some others might be in this community. And I think it's valid to pay attention to that. They're thinking about their wallets, their pockets. And I was very impressed by the man that said he did talk to Larimer County and said that this project would actually increase the value of his property on Mountain, which is amazing. And that is the kind of detail that you should pay attention to. And I'm also here to say that we are only a great community when we support families, children, and seniors. I didn't hear anyone else talk about the senior center, but that is of a big interest to me. My greatest memories growing up were singing bingo for the senior center in my hometown. And I think that we don't think about them a lot. We should think about them. We've got an amazing program at the rec center, but I think this program here should also really be highlighted. I was happy to see that it's 8,000 square feet. That's amazing. And I just really hope that you look beyond just the economic impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Rachel Leach here? All right. Well, thank you all. No matter what side you're on, this has been so respectful of each other and the board tonight and on time. And just want to thank you for that. It's so nerve-wracking coming up here to speak. It's very comfortable being up here, but as soon as you got to get behind that podium, man, you get spaghetti legs. And so I just really appreciate how you guys have handled tonight. Trustees, do we want to take a break or do we want to roll right in? Break? Okay, let's do a 5-minute break for everyone, and then we're going to, adjourn or recess from. So I'll just say 10 minutes. all the testimonies. Administrator Kirk, do you mind speaking to the Asher contract and how that was done?
Yeah, I think the points that were raised were perfectly valid. I mean, certainly we would typically want to bid out professional services. We obviously bid out all of our construction projects. In this case, and it is not uncommon for us to do sole source professional services agreements. This is a large contract. Asher has been intimately involved with the H&S design, so there's a lot of value in having them on board. They're the ones that designed the building on Welch, and so that seemed like an easy answer to us, and that there's not a lot of starting from scratch for that portion of the building, assuming that the board wanted to move forward with that. And the other is they had already done the concept design and the concept designs for the other projects in downtown. So, we talked about it a little bit internally and felt like if the price felt reasonable in the context of other design contracts that we've issued, and we certainly think this one is, that they would likely be our top choice regardless of if we went out and did a competitive selection process because of their familiarity with the building, their familiarity with the H&S portion of the building, and the other work they've done for us in downtown.
Great. Okay, thank you. The traffic, Kelly, about the traffic, looking at maybe how many people are coming in and out of that traffic study.
Yeah, in our initial design meeting, that was one of the issues that one of the engineers at Asher brought up is, in a larger event setting where you might have 300 people at an event in that community meeting room, and that parking lot is full, can we exit cars out of the parking lot quickly enough so that they don't get stacked up during peak traffic times? We are going to evaluate a secondary access to that parking lot. Excuse me. We're evaluating some right-of-way. Old mapping isn't always great. There is existing right-of-way actually that runs through the middle of the building. The
classic Berthoud.
Yeah. That's not uncommon in downtowns, right? We find all kinds of weird old stuff. There is alley right-of-way that extends from 2nd Street. It goes behind the museum and that space. And then that alleyway continues across our property. What we're working to confirm now is, does that alley right-of-way continue behind the New Freedom Outreach Center? And so if it does, we would look to use that alley right-of-way to provide a secondary access back to 2nd Street. But yes, we're considering traffic. It's part of all that.
Okay. Do you have any concerns right now over the traffic going in and out?
No. I mean, the parking lot exists, but it doesn't typically it's not typically full. But it certainly could be today. Sure. CDOT's access control plan may prohibit left turn access out of the parking lot. It may prohibit left turn access into the parking lot. And so we'll have to work through CDOT on all those things. I think regardless of whether, I think there's a couple of things at play here. Regardless of whether or not H&S occupies the building, I believe the town wants to continue with the redevelopment of that project, no matter who's the ultimate end user and who pays to fill out that interior space. And I don't think the exterior of the building or the parking lot will be substantially different regardless of who uses that. So from our perspective, that design work is ready to continue no matter what. And the first 7 to 10 weeks of that design contract with Asher are site survey, utility investigation, and some initial site development plans just to be able to look at that and say, should there be a secondary access? Should the parking lot be arranged differently? And so that's the process we're in right now.
Okay, thank you. And finally, the condo association, Mr. Rupp's comments. I mean, he did send the emails. I did read. They are a bear, over 100 pages, so I kind of got lost in it. But do you have any feelings on this?
Well, I'll just say it this way. I'm not an expert on condo associations, so we do have a real estate attorney that works in our town attorney's office that has expertise in this field, and that we would rely on her to provide us good guidance. The reason why the lease agreement is long-term is in case the condo deal doesn't work out. Those documents have to be drafted. They have to be agreed to. That there's risk involved with for H&S and committing to this long-term lease with the hope that there's an option to purchase in the future. But we have to draft those legal documents. We're going to rely on real estate attorneys who specialize in that, and this town board will have to approve those as part of their formation.
Thank you. I'm just trying to answer questions.
One question. Why would they not buy it 215. It seems like they have the resources. It seems like
I think they
almost
fully intend to.
A foregone conclusion.
I think unless the documents were, unless the way in which the town felt comfortable drafting those documents was untenable to H&S, I don't know why they wouldn't buy the building. Of course, I mean, or I say buy the building, buy the condo unit.
Exactly.
I think it'd be silly for them not to.
And I'm not a real estate attorney, but it's legal to partition something off and sell a piece of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That would still be a condo association even after that deal, right? Even after they purchased it, it would still be an association.
Yeah, I mean, the town's going to still own the building,
Right.
And they will own the condo space within that building, right? We'll still own the site. We're not selling the building to H&S. We're just selling them the interior space that they will be improving.
Okay, that's good.
That makes sense.
It's good to know we have real estate. I mean, we have a great attorney, but
that,
we have someone looking in on this because he has brought up this point several times. So I was just curious.
Yeah, I understand. I understand his points. I don't purport to be a condo association expert, but I feel like we have good attorneys on staff that can help us do that.
Anything else from other trustees as far as questions? Maybe still want to. All right, let's move on to deliberation here. I'll just propose. Is anyone interested in putting some kind of rider on this or something about homeless, restricting overnight shelter or something?
I think that has to be in the lease, right? I mean, that's kind of. I think they're right. I mean, you're doing that. That's.
I think we would suggest that we do. H&S is fine with that. I think that the community concerns are reasonable.
Definitely.
And I think that was never our intention anyway. So I think for all those reasons, why not include it in the lease so that it's clearly prohibited rather than just kind of expected to be. I don't think there's any reason not to do that.
I have a question / clarification on that. Based on Mr. Rupp's comments, and thank you for saying that none of us are experts in that, but if that were to be, if that were to be some sort of rider in the lease agreement / condominium agreement, can we just make sure that we bring that specifically up with the attorney so that, because Mr. Rupp's comments were concerning to me about the sort of legal power that any condominium agreement would have with the use of the space, and I just want to make sure that all of our T's are crossed and I's are dotted, etc.
Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit with our attorney, but we will definitely dive into that, make sure we're all on the same page.
I am in agreement that there should be language in there stating that there aren't going to be services provided for homeless directly out of that facility. Obviously, if there are birthed residents experiencing homelessness, we want to connect them to resources. And so I appreciate that there's somewhere to facilitate that. I also appreciate any verbiage that specifically states that we're only serving those that are current birthed residents, that there aren't external entities that could come into town and receive services. So they have to provide an ID or verification that they at some point in time recently lived within birthed.
Is that the first time that's been brought up?
There's been just some conversation about town of birthed area code or 80513, birthed fire protection district, or if you have birthed in your address. So I think we just need to nail down, or maybe Sherry, you could. Unfortunately, we need to come to the mic to. Thanks.
It's anybody with a birthed address. So they do have to have proof of address when they come, and a valid driver's license or ID.
So you would turn someone away if they don't have our zip code or our area? That's what you would do?
We would.
You do that now?
We do that now, and we do that in Loveland as well. We just can't. We don't have the capacity to serve the other communities. And during COVID, we actually tried to service some of the other communities. It didn't work for long. So we just can't do it. So we serve the R2J school district and all of Berthoud. So any birthed address.
Okay, great.
So on the prohibited things, I don't know what every one of those are. It seems like overnight. It seems like preparing meals, hot foods. I don't know what the other items are that we would prohibit. Do we have a subject expert that can help us with that?
Probably Sherry, but
I think the
New
way
York
that
Exchange, that kind of stuff.
I think the way that we proposed it in the slide is probably the broadest, simplest way to define it, and that is programs or services that are targeted or intended for homeless individuals.
Seemed like that was
you know,
one of the biggest concerns, how
Yeah.
general or broad it was.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's a tough one in that, like, food assistance, as Jerry mentioned, somebody that's homeless could come and receive food assistance, but that's not a program targeted or intended for homeless individuals. It is a program that's open to anyone that qualifies and that needs it, and some of those people may be homeless, right? And so I think that's the distinction, is it intended or targeted as, for homeless services? And I think we can be very specific about day shelters and overnight shelters and those kinds of things. Those are easy to define. Hot meal, daily hot meal preparation and things like that. We that's not what this facility was intended for. I don't think that's what anybody's asking for. So I think we can kind of clarify some of those uses. And it may be that we just kind of need to think through that a little bit. You're going to have a few weeks before you can approve this because of the ordinance requirement. So,
And we can help you get some of that language. But I think it's wise to be specific. You will have other nonprofits that want to come down and serve homeless. So it's a protection for us as well to say, I'm sorry, it's in our contract. And
do you have a way today to move people along?
a way as far as
If you have a dozen people loitering around after the fact, do you have a way to move people along?
We don't have any transportation way. No, we have a bus but we have a bus that comes right by our area, bus stop, yep. And we have security, and we also have the police department. So if we have to move somebody along that's not moving along, usually our team can say, you gotta move along.
Okay.
And they know. Typically, your biggest challenges will come from people that are moving from another community. And so that will be, and we're the right team to have there, because that potentially can happen at any time from Denver. So that's the beautiful thing about having our team, is that we actually, I think, will be a good partner and asset, because when you do have homeless issues, you're going to want to turn to somebody in a team. And that's something that we could also, as a town, talk about. And because we do have team members from Loveland who specifically work with the homeless and who are quite good at it. And it takes somebody who's worked with them and feels very comfortable talking to them and has a skill set and some training with that. So just for potential issues. So want I stay? No.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to help you out. So
Yeah.
in the next 2 weeks or a month before this comes back, do you want us to address specific homeless?
I think
you
the
guys
issue surrounding homelessness is really clear. I think we can come up with proposed language that we think will capture those things. So if there are other uses that you feel like would be important to prohibit that maybe aren't specific to homelessness, then that's something I would want to hear tonight. But otherwise, I think that's clear enough. We can find language at least that we think is right that we can propose to you, if that's the preference.
Just yours?
On that note, how much of the verbiage that you would come up with is already covered by town code, since this would be a town property?
Not a lot. I think the town code doesn't look at people. If people are loitering around, and they can sit on a homeless person. There's the homeless person. There's nothing we can do about it. If they are, if they're committing some other crime, then yes, absolutely, town code or other criminal statutes might apply. We have some limitations, like you can't. There's no overnight sleeping in town parks. Right, our parks close at dusk or at 10 o'clock, depending on what the park is. And you can walk through the park, but you're not allowed to stay there. So our code gives us some tools to move people along at nighttime and things like that. I would expect similar kinds of requirements here that we could incorporate into our code. But the reality is public facilities are public facilities, and members of the public, homeless or not, can use them unless there's a law prohibiting otherwise. But standing around on a sidewalk for 8 hours is not against the law.
What's the definition of loitering?
Loitering I'm not gonna. These are challenging legal questions, much more so than it seems. The long and short of it is, again, if someone is on public property, a public sidewalk, or a public park, and that park is open to the general public, or that sidewalk is open to the general public during those hours, if somebody wanted to sit in the park from sunup to sundown all day long, that is absolutely okay under the law. If they're not bothering anybody else, if they're not doing anything else that's criminal, that park is open to the public from sunup to sundown, and anybody can stay in there from sunup to sundown as long as they want, so long as they're not doing something else illegal. So the same kind of applies to general public property. And the same, frankly, would apply here at Town Hall. Town Hall is open from 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Monday through Thursday. We have couches upstairs. I'm not inviting anyone to come and hang out all day, but if someone came and sat in the couch upstairs space, yes, we do have guest Wi-Fi. And if they're not in a space that has restricted access, or that's posted as restricted access, or that is, scheduled in other ways, and it's just, open public lobby space, there's not a lot of reason for us to create issue and run them out of the building, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like you got a good gauge on taking a good stab at this homeless question for this draft. Anything else, trustees, before we can get down on the line?
I just want to make a couple comments.
Yes,
it's not like House of Neighborly Services is asking, they're just showing up to town and wanting us to partner with them to build this life center. They've been here for 37 years. And to their point, they actually used to be on Mountain Ave. We're operating out of the church. So this is not a new concept to Berthoud at all. This is, I think, the scale is what's catching some of the residents off guard. I mean, no one here is debating the value of what H&S does for the community. I think you've got some conflicting business interests that, or maybe have an impression of what this is going to be. But again, they've been here for 37 years. That's a long time. I'd be hard pressed to see how many other businesses have been operating for 37 years continuously in this town. So their dedication to this town is pretty evident, I think. So.
Well, you start off great. So let's just go down the line here.
If I could just add one thing before we go into comments. I did want to make a condition for staff action pending the passage of this. Should this pass in ordinance form, what I would like to request from staff is at least 2 additional design concepts to be developed that would entertain alternatives to the facade and the arrangement, especially of the southern third of the building. And then to hold an open house that would be much less informal, including sticker boards and public comment opportunities, including Asher, allowing us to kind of socialize with the public on ideas.
Is there a material cost to that? Do you know?
Hours.
There's likely to be some modest
design boards
or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
They're going to provide us with a couple of different alternatives anyway as part of the design process.
Mm-hmm.
The concept that we prepared is a concept, but it's certainly not final in any way. So, there's going to be some alternatives analysis done regardless. And again, I think part of the challenge for us is really determining how much of this does the town want to build. Mm-hmm. My intention from the beginning was that we would not build anything inside. When we started talking about the community room space, that big community meeting room, I thought, that should probably be the town's. We should build it. Yeah. We should own it. We should manage it. I'm not sure we want to do any of the tenant improvements in the commercial retail space.
Okay.
What our intention had been was to do a RFP process for business proposals for that front end, specifying that we wanted retail and hospitality uses, whether that's micro retail and micro restaurant spaces, whether that's one big restaurant. I think there's a variety of ways that could be proposed, but that we would look for kind of market rate proposals for that space with the intention that the ultimate tenant would do their own tenant finishes. From my perspective, I intended to make this clear earlier. I think based on some of the comments, I'm not sure that I did. But our plan from the beginning had been to do the parking lot and the site improvements, and then to do a core and shell kind of construction on the building. And then if we found the right partner for the south end of the building, then we might work with them, that we may want to incentivize the installation of a large commissary kitchen. Those are very expensive. And that would not be uncommon in a commercial lease arrangement anyway. We may, and then we may want, if they have a contract, we may want to pay them to build the community room space at the same time. There may be some economies of scale and some savings there. I mean, some of that I think is yet to be worked out.
We
I think
aren't able to fill those. Is there something we can do aesthetically to make it still look inviting, even though it may not be open?
I think the long and short of it is, if we're not able to fill those, we'll know that long before we get to the point where that happens. And there are other town uses we could put there. They wouldn't be my first choice, but it wouldn't be I don't think there's any risk that space remains vacant. I think the town can fill it.
Great.
Yeah.
I guess why I brought that up was to largely entertain, alternatives and leave it open to the public, especially on the shell portion of the building and that facade. Regardless of what tenant actually takes possession of those spaces on the front, I think it's important that the tenant is aware of what the community is interested in or not interested in the visual aesthetic appearance of that.
Sure.
So.
If I could just comment on that, I appreciate the community buy-in aspect. So I think it's important that perhaps some of the aesthetics they can weigh in on. But I do want to bring to mind that H&S let us know that they're contracting with a fundraiser entity that is costing them by the day. And so the longer we delay, the more money they're going to need to make this feasible and possible. And so if we are operating, or if we're just, talking about the operational side of the south end, the town is going to be working on, that makes sense to me to have community input. It doesn't make sense to have community input on the design they've worked on for the last decade. That's their wheelhouse. Does that make sense?
No, that wasn't my request. It was largely, should this go forward and actually pass under an ordinance, then we would proceed in a staff action to entertain those options, if that makes sense.
I'd like to suggest, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and I think that's a great suggestion. I think we want to redevelop this building regardless of who goes into it. If you denied the H&S lease tonight, I would still be recommending that we move forward with the design of the core and shell and the improvement of the parking lot in parallel with finding another tenant. I don't think that practically is going to significantly change what we intend to do to the exterior of the building, to the site, to the parking lot. I think we want to build a beautiful commercial structure regardless of who's inside of it. So I think I mentioned that in the last meeting. I think we're talking about two different things, and I think we got really hung up as a town and as a community on the H&S portion. Obviously, for good reason. It's a significant portion of the building. It's a significant add to downtown. All of that is real. But regardless of whether or not H&S fills, 19,000, 15,000, 14,000, it doesn't matter how many square feet they fill or zero. We should be moving forward with the redevelopment of this building to eliminate the eyesore, to create new opportunities for leasable, rentable space, and be actively trying to find ways to fill that at the same time.
And my only reason for bringing that up is that would be opposed to our conventional way of looking at a lot of these concepts where it's usually just board input.
Sure. So, yep.
Yeah, I think open house makes sense to me.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Yep. And those are good comments. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Run down the line.
Yeah, let's go down the line. Trustee Bro, you kind of started it off. Did you have anything more to add? Or
No, that was
okay.
it for me.
All right. You're comfortable moving forward? Okay. Trustee Harris?
Yeah, so with regard to design, etc., I just want to make sure that we're sort of working on both sides of the issue and anything that can be done to maximize, to pull up the chart, but to maximize the tan orange section as much as possible within reason. How can we work with H&S to, I think they were willing to possibly compromise on the red section whatever we can do in the design to get the maximum amount of developable property, I think would help assuage some of the issues. So I would like to continue to work with them on the design. There were a lot of concerns about the specific wording of the contract, and so I would ask that be gone over with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that there are not any inconsistencies. Someone brought up will versus may, etc. That is a rather important legal term. I just want to make sure that everything is copacetic as far as that goes. And what was another concern that I wanted addressed? If I would ask that the purchase price, if it were offered, that it be, I guess, backed up with specific data and percentages and reasons for that offered purchase price, and that part of the contract be, sort of very specific and very easy to follow. For the design also, I have to bring up that I think it is important in the town's portion of the design that we allow for the possibility of a hoped for / actual future rail stop of some sort. I feel like that would be a loss if it wasn't in the design from at least a section that could be converted into a rail stop initially, just in case that were to go forward, because this building is vastly important to that hopeful future if it were to go through. Cost benefit analysis, I would recommend just make sure that those data points are out there, right? How much is the town putting in very specifically? And I know Administrator Kirk that was in the presentation, a lot of that, but just to make sure to reiterate that how much is the building going to cost from the town's perspective? What is the possible loss of income for the town on taxes, etc.? How is that being broken down? What are the possible future income streams from the commercial, just so that there's specific data points? And I know they're going to be estimations because we don't know the future, but just kind of make sure that information is apparent to the public. As far as the project itself, I'm in favor. HNS has been great to the community. They've been here for 4 decades. I think we would be remiss not to help them continue to help members of the community in the best way that we possibly can. And I think from my own personal viewpoints of this entire project, the words that keep getting passed around in this meeting and in other meetings for this project and for different projects is Berthoud residents want a small town community feel, and I can't think of anything else that would kind of personify a small town community feel than the local government helping the community, helping provide services for people who are in need, who have these terms were brought up, and I completely agree, who have the courage and the dignity and the honor to put aside their, maybe the wrong term, but to put aside their pride when they need to ask for help, And if we have a chance to provide a space for people to do that, that needs to be given to someone who can provide those services. And give is the wrong word, right? I understand that there's a lot of investment in the property from their point of view. And it, as far as the sort of centralized location in town, people are afraid of, this is my interpretation, right? People are afraid of bad actors, but bad actors are going to be bad actors. And that's on them. That is their choice. That is their decision to make, to be a bad actor. And I don't think that you should punish people who are utilizing these services because they need them and who are going out of their comfort zone to ask for these services, who are trying to help their families, trying to help themselves. I don't think that they should be punished for a low percentage of people who are going to misbehave wherever they are with whatever services are provided. And I kind of consider this to be the same idea as the people from the VFW and American Legion who came before us previously. If we are going to be spending multi-millions of dollars on public amenities, such as insert public amenity, I'm not going to name any, but insert public amenity, if we're going to be spending multiple millions of dollars for recreation, I don't think that it is ethical to also not provide amenities for people who need quality of life. And so I'm in favor of moving forward with those caveats and with the need to obviously balance that with the space that local businesses, et cetera, have, because that is also our job to make sure that the local businesses have space to expand, because that is something that we as a town need as well.
All right. Trustee Albrecht.
I feel like that was very well stated, Trustee Ayers. And I would second the comments about the language in our legal documents, that it be cleaned up and brought back to us concise and clear, not only for us, but for the community. I think this might be the most significant investment we make as a town board. And the reason being is we're investing in people, and we're investing in the future of Berthoud and its vitality and its sustainability. And I'm not just talking about those who will be receiving services at HMS, but the downtown district, who I believe will greatly benefit from the vibrancy this will bring, as it's not bringing difficult people to our community. It's going to be bringing lifeblood to our community, and it's going to be central, and it's going to mark Berthoud as an altruistic, generous community that gives back. This has been a difficult issue because I personally, I do have a bias. I'm very biased toward every nonprofit and every Berthoud business in this community. I greatly care about not just the entity, but the people that are running them. And I've spent a lot of time, not just in the last 5 years, but in the last few months, being downtown every day, working with our businesses, finding out how to advocate, finding out the needs, and trying to come up with solutions. I absolutely would not be contending for this project to go through if I didn't believe it wasn't going to benefit everybody. And if I didn't believe that the town hadn't done their onus in inviting every entity into that conversation over the last several years. And I know there's always work to be done and ways to improve that and increase communications. But man, I'm so proud of this board, and I'm so proud of our staff. Since I've been on this board, communications have increased astronomically. And the buy-in and the honor for our businesses, for our community, is absolutely beautiful. And I'm so privileged to be a part of it. I'm very grateful that this opportunity presented itself at the time of the question that we had of how do we assist this great need and do it in a timely fashion. The fact that this is not just resolving one problem we had on our plates, but about 7 others. We need to provide the services for those in need. The seniors have a long-standing need. The youth have a long-standing need. We need parking. We need historical preservation downtown. We need economic revitalization. We need restaurants and retail. And if we want to encourage tourism, we need an anchor downtown, and I think this could be it if it's done correctly. It's incredibly important that we not put this particular service on the outskirts, because we're trying to provide services for our youth and our seniors and those that are vulnerable, and I couldn't imagine sticking them somewhere that's unsightly, that people consider unsightly for the community. I believe fully this is going to elevate our downtown. I think this design and any others that we get are gonna make Berthoud an incredible place to visit, and this is going to be what they talk about. I do believe that this is the most creative endeavor I've seen of the town board, and I understand why the public is frustrated, because the way the pieces came together weren't necessarily traditional. It was out of the box. It was unique. It was very Berthoud, and that's how most of our entities have come to be, is through creative thinking. And so I'm grateful for everyone who stepped forward to make this possible. I'm not going to propose that we slow down. I understand we have another meeting coming forward that we get to sign contracts, and I think that's the perfect pause to get those documents aligned, and also to get the community more information, and if potential another design option. But I do not want to stall out a project that's going to stop vital services from the community that has a need now, and if not many years before now even. And also not just the needs for an H&S, but our downtown is desperately in need of some revitalization projects that a lot have been stalled already, and I don't want to see one more stalled out. The biggest thing that I want us all to walk away from this is that we operate best under established trust. And our town staff does a great job of working with us when there's any type of need to create more growth in that area. And I know that I am, and several of our board members are always trying to establish that trust in the community, because I'm not here for me. It doesn't serve me to do any of these things. So if I don't serve the community, then there's no point. So I'm here to establish trust. And so if there's any break in that trust, that's what we need to repair right now. And that's what I want to fix. And that's what I hope communication going both ways is honoring and integritous and thinking the best of the people that are in this room too. So I'm grateful for everyone that came out tonight to share. I love a full boardroom. It makes me feel like we're doing our job to get the word out, and to get all sides in this room. So thank you very much for everyone who came. I think that's it.
All right.
Sorry.
Sounds like okay. Trustee Wing.
Yeah, pretty much enough said. I think everyone was covered. The only one comment I would make is I was just so impressed with the comments from our residents, from our citizens, to bare their souls and be so authentic. I find that fascinating and amazing, and very, very touching. So it's to me that embodies Berthoud. Just people coming out and bearing their souls and sharing it all about something they're passionate about. So super cool.
Okay, Trustee Hardy.
A lot of good stuff said tonight that I'd like to say, but I'm kind of conflicted still, because there's a lot of questions. I think there's still some bumpiness in this road. I wouldn't feel comfortable going forward with an ordinance yet tonight until we actually have a lease agreement that's got all the details covered. I think we're kind of getting ahead of the game there. So I'd like to see a revised lease agreement. I'd like to, like Sean said, I'd like to see some other options on the layout and how it's derived. I still think that there's a lot of emphasis put on H&S footprint versus small business footprint. I'd like to explore some options to see if we can't get a better balance there, compress things down, or figure out ways to utilize the space more efficiently and more effectively. But yeah, H&S has been here for a long time. I think they've done a great service. I have nothing against that. I do question, is it the right place? We went through this once before with the previous board when they were looking at the old town hall location. There were some comments made there by H&S saying they wanted something more discreet and a little off the beaten path, and now they're back on the beaten path. So kind of seeing some conflict there from that side. Trying not to mumble too much here of rambling, but yeah, just those are just some of the thoughts that are going through my head. So I'm kind of feel like I'm tipping back in my chair, catching myself, trying to figure out which way I want to go with this. But I'd feel more comfortable with a little bit better worded lease agreement contract and review the lease terms. I kind of feel a 30-year term's a little too long. I don't know. I don't think they need 30 years. I think we could do 10-year increments and still make it feasible. But yeah, I just don't want to close any opportunities for, like Carl brought up, the rail stop. It's a great opportunity space for a rail stop there. But I kind of was hoping to see more emphasis put on the retail restaurant type place as well.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. No, I wanted to thank everyone from the town for coming tonight. I really wanted to thank especially our neighbors in need that had the courage to come up here and give their testimony on how critical these services are. I've really thought long and hard about this whole project and the concerns that have been brought to me by citizens. I was very open to entertaining a pause, but with H&S's candor and their tremendous steps to engage the community and to answer questions, I am so impressed by the steps you guys have taken to explain this opportunity to the community. So, at least for me, I am very supportive if we can get an airtight ordinance put together, entertaining that as soon as possible for everyone's interest to move forward on that. I've worked on many mixed-use projects as an architect. I'm proud of all of them, but I think if we can get this one done, this is the thing I'll be proud of for a long time to come. We've been waiting on 7 years for a tenant that shows up and brings investment to downtown, and we have one now that's willing to contribute millions to invest in our citizens, to help hundreds of our citizens with a hand up. And I think that's something that shouldn't be pushed away to the side of the town, that shouldn't be hidden from view. This is the best of Berthoud, and we should be highlighting that. So, when I think about small town spirit for me, it's that Berthoud, in this town, we take care of our own and we take care of the least of us. And I think this project fulfills that mission more than just putting up a building. It is building community amongst us. It is building brotherhood and sisterhood. I think that's something critically needed in this country, in this state, in this county, in this town right now. And I'm fully supportive of not slowing down on this and executing an ordinance that is airtight, which I think this town expects, and moving to the real excitement of progressing on this project as soon as we can. So that's all I've got to add.
Okay. No one brought up, so I was inaccurate in the paper, and no one brought that up. I thought I was going to get totally my teeth kicked in. But I just want to apologize for everyone. In my head, I said that ARPA covered the whole project. It did not. After someone sent me a screenshot of people pushing back on what I said, it instantly came to me that, oh, I can't believe I said that, because I knew better. There was no intention of lying or trying to get around facts. It was just totally an oversight because I wrote the paper too quickly. I also want to apologize to the board for that, because I was just trying to represent with facts and didn't accomplish that. So I wanted to own that, I guess. I think that was the best way to do it. Yeah, I'm fully supportive of this. I think all my colleagues have said this better than I could. I don't think it's a controversial thing to say that we're moving in, instead of a war on poverty to more of a war on poor people, and H&S is a way to kind of fight back on that and get things back in line. You guys have been amazing. I only knew about you guys as a kid from being in Troop 6 and doing the food drives and picking up the cans, but I'm so grateful to learn from you guys as a mayor and everything you do. And I'm so fortunate to be on the board to see how this all started in 2017 and remembering the subcommittee that got you guys to Grace Place. And hopefully I'll be around to see this thing through. I do understand Whitney's points. I understand some concern over the speed and what she saw and what that group saw. From my point of view, I just thought this was, I'm looking at the long-term picture here. I guess I thought this was all timely. I thought this was all public. I didn't think there was anything done behind the scenes to get this done. I don't see why that would benefit us at all to do something behind the scenes. Not like we're lining our pockets with a nonprofit that serves poor people. So on top of that, I do think this is a good mixed use. I do see, you brought up you'd be doubling the size of the staff. So that was 4 to 8 plus volunteers doubling. So 25 to 50 plus all those tenants that are professionals going in there. Plus having our own meeting rooms, plus you renting out your meeting rooms. I can see a ton of day and evening use there. So compare that to what is going on there and has been going on there for the last decade, which is absolutely nothing. I can think this is only an improvement to us. So I am so thankful. I totally planned on being super eloquent and giving a great speech tonight, but that was like 2 hours ago. So I just want to appreciate what you guys do and everyone for coming out tonight. And we do have some things to do as far as transparency, but as far as does this need to be here, I totally disagree with the point that it does not. I have every right to be here, and I think it'll serve our downtown great. I'm in support. I do have 2 things that were brought up, and I just want to get clarification for staff. It sounded like there's at least 2 trustees that wanted to look at the size of H&S's footprint. I think Mayor Pro Tem's comment was looking at kind of an open house for the town size, or did you want to revisit the footprint of H&S too?
I am not at all interested in revisiting the footprint. We've operated in good faith. They have an obvious need for their financial models, and looking at the actual layout, at least in the initial concepts, I don't see much value in us actually taking additional retail away from them without a good reason.
Concur.
Okay, are we okay with that? I just want to make sure.
I am.
Okay.
I feel like I can clarify that too, because I was one who brought up last year, I think that I was concerned about how little retail side was on the town side. And so, asking the question of myself and staff and others, where would we reduce space? There's not really a good answer of how we would reduce without taking away something vital. And so I'm not sure that it makes sense to change that footprint or even I don't know how to justify where we would take away without decreasing what we need to be there. So I just wanted to clarify that part.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so for the majority's point of view, we're not interested in the, okay, all right. And then the other one, how about for the rail that we just have staff, they won't respond to me, but if they might respond to Chris if he asks if that might be a possible location. I just want to make sure because CDOT's Division of Transit and Rail is essentially running the show for the Front Range Passenger Rail, and CDOT is also the owner of that highway, which is our main street, and they probably don't want that rail stopping on the actual tracks or on the actual highway. So it might be good, it would be okay if we just clarify that that would be a potential option anyways before we put it in there. Okay. That work for you?
Sure.
Okay.
The rail might be here by the time that 50-year lease is up.
That'd be so awesome. Okay.
There's one thing I wanted clarification on, and that's just when you talked about finding a tenant to take the south end and develop that. What happens if we don't? Can the town afford to do that themselves?
I think, the reality is we have plenty of funding to do whatever we need to do. But you guys hear me say this all the time. We're not broke. We just have to decide where to spend our money. And so if you choose to spend money on that, you choose not to spend that money on something else. That's just the reality of what we do, right? It's the reality of what everybody does. You choose to pay your utility bills or you choose to pay your cable bill. I like watching football, so I'd rather not have clean water to drink and watch football, right? that's everybody makes
that,
those
Sherry,
choices.
if he comes by for utility, I'll take it.
But no, I think from my perspective, we've met with multiple operators who are very interested in that space, and I am confident we will receive proposals for that space, and we'll likely have multiples. If we don't, then we would look at reprogramming that space into something else. Or you could choose to hold it as the town board and leave it vacant. I don't think a vacant building on Main Street's a great long-term solution, but things don't always lease up right away. So I guess we'll see. We'll do that, assuming all of this moves forward, regardless of whether, again, I think we're talking about two different things. Regardless of whether or not H&S moves forward, we want the south end of that building activated with some kind of retail, hospitality, restaurant use. So I think we need to move that forward either way. And again, that would be soliciting proposals before the end of the year from potential tenants for that space, where we would be specifically stating we want retail restaurant uses only in that space, with them funding the tenant improvements. And if they don't believe they can fund the tenant improvements and pay a market rate lease, then part of their proposal will be saying what they would want from us in return. That's normal. So
I appreciate that, and I think I want to really emphasize how important it is that we follow through with this quickly and effectively. There's a lot of projects we've approved because it's what we wanted and it was the vision we had, and it hasn't as it came into being. And so I'm concerned with this same project that we're promising the community something and we're not going to follow through. And so it's critically important to me that this part of the building, that we take ownership of it and we make this come to life in a quickly fashion. And it needs to be the right thing. I don't want to cut any corners, but it's important to me that if for some reason we can't get a tenant in there, that we find out as a town what we can do to get that activated and leased or whatever we have to do creative again. But we need to get it activated soon, is my opinion. How does everyone else feel about that?
I think we would all agree with that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Do you have any questions for direction? More or less front range passenger rail and looking at the homeless wording.
I don't think so.
Okay. Open house going forward.
It is.
Nope.
You did miss one thing on the map. You had a little tan or orange thing sitting on the track on that drawing.
I intentionally left off the rail car concept.
Good. I think it's awesome, but I just don't know.
No. That's another one of those cool concepts. I don't believe that rail spur is suitable for a rail car. And it's, hey, if somebody wanted to come and say, hey, I want to just lease the ground from you and I'll bring my rail car in and set it down and have a little sandwich shop or coffee shop or whatever, why would we not entertain that idea? But I don't think that's something the town's going to pursue.
I'm sorry, guys. On that note, what I can't remember if it was in the plans. I apologize. The space to the southeast, there was some empty possible empty space in that corner for new construction for extra commercial.
Yeah, I mean, that was an idea I threw out after we purchased the building, was like, hey, maybe it'd be a great idea to save some just ground on the southeast corner and then sell that ground for new vertical construction for another downtown building. I think from our perspective, it takes up too much parking potentially. Even if it's only a handful of spaces, I think we're going to need as many spaces down there as we can get. And so we'll look to improve that whole stretch through there and make it look really great. But no additional building facade.
Okay.
Unless the board wants to do otherwise, but I think it'd be great to maximize parking there.
Okay. There is a proposed motion here, and I think we've essentially, this is what we discussed, and we just have the addition of the homeless wording, well, the conditions we just put on tonight, but would anyone like to read that?
I move to proceed with preparing an ordinance to approve the terms of the lease between the Town of Berthoud and House of Neighborly Services as presented for 270 Mountain Avenue, with the conditions stated.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Albrecht, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
I'm not ready yet. No.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay. 6-1 on a on the 270 Mountain Avenue lease agreement. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Do we want to take another break, or we just want to roll into 5 here at public hearing?
Let's go.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. We'll go into our final item tonight, and that is a public hearing. This is for the Mountain Avenue Overlay District Amendment. We have our Community Development Director, Ann Johnson, here to present. Thank you, Ann.
Mayor Karsbeck.
Yes.
If you guys want to extend the meeting again.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow? It's effectively going to be that way.
That may be what we're looking at.
Friday we'll do it.
I'll move to extend the meeting until the completion of the agenda with the caveat that all discussion be expedited.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Around the clock.
Mayor Karsbeck, members of the Board of Trustees, nothing has changed since the first presentation of this agenda item. Trustee Hardy did bring up at the last presentation, and at 9:30 I thought I was tired last time. So there's a lot of color on this map. I do want to walk through this with you because we have some answers for what Trustee Hardy brought up. So on this map, this just represents 5th Street on the right, 8th Street on the left. You see the red, the half block on the northeast, and then the 2 full blocks on the south that are in red. Those are the 2.5 blocks that are under consideration to move into the downtown character districts. Everything in the purple would remain in the residential conversion district. Okay, so what do the other lines mean? You see the black lines, and on each of the little blocks, the black line is the current right-of-way line. The green line is the current tree lawn. The gray line is the current sidewalk. So what you're seeing is no block is the same. The south is a little bit more consistent than the north. Or maybe I have that upside down. I think I had that upside down. It's late. But what you're seeing is that the tree lawns are in the right-of-way. The sidewalks are in the right-of-way. That's pretty consistent throughout the town of Berthoud. You have sidewalks and tree lawns in most right-of-ways. And you also then would see the difference between, if you had a 10-foot right-of-way, a setback, and then the pink is the 20-foot setback. Also within those areas, you have utilities. So even if we increase the building envelope on those blocks, right, to come to 0-foot setback, there still may be utility lines. And unless somebody wanted to relocate the underground utility lines, you can't build a building on top of those utility lines. Getting to what Trustee Hardy was mentioning is there room for two-lane routes of traffic going in each direction? And if we were to eliminate on-street parking for those 3 blocks or any other block in Berthoud, in Mountain Avenue, and eliminate if there was any on-street bike lanes, yes, we could accommodate two-lane routes of traffic without hindering the tree lawns, without hindering sidewalks. Okay. So this is not a change to what's being presented to you. It's just information that's coming back to a question that Trustee Hardy posed that I didn't have the answer to. And again, just the building envelopes don't impact that at all.
What's CDOT's role in that decision?
Everything.
Okay. Thank you.
Might be speaking out of turn, but if that were possible, I would highly recommend that we concurrently create a designated bike corridor on either Welsh or is that Massachusetts up there?
Yeah.
To if the bike lanes were either going to have to be shared with the traffic lanes, I would want to make sure that there was a specific marked corridor for bike ped, so that people would feel safe with a specific protected bike lane, whether it's driving or not. But to make it sort of like an official corridor to say, hey, we're adding these traffic lanes if that were to happen. And so that there wasn't a loss of mobility.
Perfect. And Trustee Ayers, thank you for putting that caveat on there. CDOT has not brought this up. The town is not bringing this up. Trustee Hardy just brought this up, that what if it happened, would there be enough room?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, if it would happen, there would be enough room, but nobody's even talking about it. So thank you. It is a caveat. There could be room. Yes, and I agree with you.
And I will say just briefly, the Mountain Avenue Overlay Plan identified Massachusetts and Welch, primarily Welch, as an alternative parallel bike route. And we striped Welch with sharrows on the road and some signage to kind of indicate that that is a primary bike corridor. But I think we could enhance that certainly really easily if we needed to. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that back. Good job. Thank you. Good to know.
That completes staff's presentation. There are no changes, just information.
Oh,
It'll be very brief.
all right.
We got public comment.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak to this?
Thank you.
Just in case down in the future we need to change something. All right, now bring it back to the board. That was just, if this is we are doing, I thought we were doing the amendment to the size, Planner Johnson. I thought that's why this was in here. I thought we were expanding a portion of this, right?
We're just changing the character districts
Right.
for the 2.5 red blocks, and that's all.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yep. Thank you. So, yep, open it up to the public. No one was there. Bring it back to the board. How we all feel? Okay, anyone want to move?
To what?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I move to approve ordinance 1362, an ordinance to repeal and replace Berthoud Municipal Code section 30-3-115 regarding the Mountain Avenue Overlay District.
Second.
We have a motion that's been properly seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karsbeck?
Yes. Okay, we have an executive session tonight, but we'll go on and little reports right now, and then we can adjourn from an executive session. And we'll start off with Trustee Albrecht.
I had something for reports, but I think I've forgotten it, so
Okay.
I'll bring it back next time.
All right, Trustee Ayers?
I have nothing.
All right, Trustee Brody?
Nothing for me.
Trustee Hardy?
Just want to thank Gail and Tracy Stoffel for tonight's presentation. I thought it was very informative, and I'd like to see us move forward. And hopefully we can get this off the ground this time.
Trustee Wing?
Yeah, a few things real quick. Some are just the logistics. But the first thing is these comments about transparency and integrity and that online. I'm just telling you guys, you're just professional. Your integrity is without question. I've worked with a lot of people, and all of you should be so proud. When I heard those comments, I almost laughed because I just think we do everything we can to be as transparent and forthcoming on everything. So for whatever that's worth, but that's a fact. It's just true, without question. Okay, 2. Happened to watch the United Nations. Very exciting for me. And you know, one of the things they have a time thing where people talk, and it's green and it's yellow and it's red.
School board's got one too.
And I would ask that the towns supply that so our mayor doesn't have to interrupt people and shut them down. And no disrespect to you at all.
No,
you're
just
doing.
breaking a
And I brought it up
decades-long
before,
tradition
and
of
I want to
being
get it done.
terrible. No.
And whether it's a clock up there that says 3 minutes and it turns yellow and it turns green, or it's a light up here. But I'd really like you guys to take a look at that. If the United Nations can do it,
Christian,
we can do it.
for the big screen.
Just for Christian's help, we did try this and we got a lot of pushback on the big screen because people
Yeah.
are saying it was distracting them. But I totally get your point.
Well, then let's come up with
They
a.
could be a little
There's,
blinky.
there's a dozen ways to
Yeah.
do it. That's all I'm
I
saying.
think the lights are a great idea.
3 for me. This is a personal thing with decades of experience. When somebody interviews for something and they don't get it, they should be told before we announce someone's getting it. I just think that's unprofessional. I don't like doing it. Brought it up before. Do with it what you will, but we had people in the audience who did not know they didn't get the jobs, and it's a professional thing for me.
Committee appointments.
Yeah, you just let them know ahead of time. Hey, thanks for going for it. Really appreciate it. You didn't get it, and then they're not. Then they don't find out the next day. They don't find out from someone else. They're not surprised. It's just a thing with me.
It's
Sorry.
tough though when the vote happens afterwards. Right?
You know, again, it takes a 10-minute phone call to just say thanks a lot. You didn't get it. That's all. Just having gone through interviews for decades, it's.
Do you see why we're saying though that it has to be the decision isn't made yet until the board votes on it? So we couldn't really tell them they didn't get it because the board hadn't voted yet.
I'm sorry.
I do think that's the distinction. Now, what you could do, if you so chose, was
what?
to let folks know, hey, we are not going to be recommending you
There
to
we
the
go.
board.
That's a good.
And there's probably nothing wrong with that, but
if you would,
the mayor's
that's
point is a good one, which
here's
is the
this is a good
decision is
point.
not made until the board votes. And so
Yeah.
that's a tough one because you're right.
At least give us some thought. I mean,
yeah.
it's 11:35. We don't need to decide tonight, but if you
Yeah,
at
yeah.
least think about it, here's this car show. Do we have one? Do we do a car show?
July 12th.
Awesome, fantastic.
Days.
5. I think we should buy more chairs. I think we could put 2 rows in if we had to, some against the wall. We could do another column. Again, it's a professional thing. I don't like people sitting on the floor when I'm sitting in a big chair. I don't know if we knock that wall out. I don't know what we do, but I just don't think it's a good reflection on our citizens that we make them sit on the floor. And going along with that, I think we should have a coat rack where they don't have to set their coats down. So little logistical things, but some professional things to consider. Thank you very much.
That is something I thought about tonight as well, as could we set up an overflow room with a screen and chairs, even if it was the conference room or something where they could wait for their time to have public comment or wait till others filter out. But I do feel like we need to have some type of overflow.
That's a good point. That room would hold 30 people.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some type of fire
Boy, that
code
would
and,
even be
and stuff,
better.
occupancy things you
Yeah,
have
if
to
you
worry
guys would
about.
take
But
those away as
if they
I
clearly
actually sent an email to Christian about overflow during the conversation a couple hours ago, so we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks a lot.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just had a blast this weekend. I took Mayor Carspec's spot with Hopes for Hope and rappelled off the parking garage. in
Cool.
Loveland.
Let's tell about it even.
Didn't make it. Didn't break his kneecaps.
It was a great experience, and it was great chatting with the H&S folk. And yeah,
Yeah, I saw it on CBS gave H&S good coverage on that.
yeah, they did. That's all I've got.
Great. And I have no reports. So I'll turn it over to staff.
I don't have anything that's critical tonight. I will shoot you an email with some updates.
Okay, thank you. Chief, do you have anything?
Yeah, if I might take a second to brag about my team for a second.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yesterday morning, deputies started receiving multiple calls of burglaries that occurred in the Prairie Star neighborhood. Within 12 hours of the crimes occurring, we have the suspect in custody, and all 6 of the victims had majority of their property returned to them. So
That's awesome.
in part due to the flock system that we have in the town. So again, pays dividends for us. So
That's insane. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you to all of you guys. Yeah. Incredible. Okay, that concludes reports. Would any trustees like to move us into executive session?
I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS subsection 24-6-4024E1 to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing a strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. and the following details are provided: oil and gas lease.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck? I'm
Yes.
sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Yes.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
And Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Give me 1 second here, guys.
Nice job.
Hold on. Do we notice that correctly?
For what?
It's noticed on one as a cell tower lease.
That's correct.
It's
Yeah.
not an oil and gas.
It's not
It's
the
not.
oil.
This is a
It's
cell
cell tower. So we should probably redo that because we just said oil and gas, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just
Yeah.
redo that. Real
It
quick.
is a cell tower lease.
Yeah. Let's
I
just
amend my motion to be a cell tower lease.
I second that.
All right. So we have a motion. It's been seconded. Clerk, can we have a roll call vote again, please?
Trustee Hardy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
Yes.
Trustee Wing?
Absolutely.
Trustee Brody?
Yes.
Trustee Albrecht?
Yes.
Trustee Ayers?
Yes.
Mayor Karspeck.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thought it was the cell tower this week. Missed something?
Did he have an old document or what?
Well, that
It must have been
might
listed.
be an upcoming or
I
something.
don't know.
Yeah.